contemplating all of my goals. Look, will I fold or will I chase them? I got adversity, two options. I can handle it purposefully or I can let him. Gun up for war, point out the target, show me the giants. Hold your applause, just getting started, sending the lions. Ambition ain't for the weak, I see it before I speak. Ready and willing, is you ready
but
for
I'll
me?
Find a way, with or without your rain. Oh, you try to make me stay. No, there's nothing you can say, but I'll find a way.
Now I ain't looking for handouts, I'm looking to stand out. Got the vision coming, watch how it pans out. I've been writing my plans down, trying to stay focused, put out the notice. Who the GOAT is, me hands down, yeah. No time for arguments, I cut out the politics, no. It's all my competence, I could cause your apocalypse. Ambition, it ain't for the weak, get it even when I sleep. Ready and willing, what you ready
but
to say?
I'll find a way, with or without your rain. Oh, you try to make me stay. No, there's nothing you can say, 'cause I'll find a way.
The Barnstormers TV pre-show is presented by Great Lakes Gymnastics, the #1 Chatham gymnastics facility, and by Kent and Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider. And now, from Fergie Jenkins Field in Chatham, Ontario, Barnstormers TV.
Good afternoon, baseball fans, and welcome to Fergie Jenkins Field. It is Chris McLeod and Ed Myers and the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers hosting the #1 Welland Jackfish. Good afternoon, and welcome to it. The pregame show is brought to you by Great Lakes Gymnastics, where every day feels like a celebration. Did we leave, Ed? I feel like we were just here not too long ago.
Turnaround time, yeah.
Yeah, we're back here once again. Last night, Barnstormers lose a tough one, 12-1. The Welland Jackfish coming off a big 4-3 victory, and they're #1 in the league, and they are rolling right now. We're going to hear from Mitsuki Fukuda in just a couple of minutes. What's your thoughts? Get a little sleep in after last night's loss, 12-1.
Well, it was kind of a frustrating night. Am I there now? We played well for half the game. First half of the game, we got down 3-1. We led 1-0 for a while. And the big inning, of course, was the Grand Slam home run inning. And from there, the game sort of stopped for us. And we never got back into the game. And the 8th and 9th inning, they just kept pouring it on, and we could not respond. And so we have to get geared up and ready to go again. That's all you can do in baseball.
Well, the Welland Jackfish, they come in, as we said, the number 1 team in the IBL at 20-6 record, and they've been rolling here on a 6-game winning streak right now. It seems like all perfect in their world right now, but I talked to Brian Essery, their manager, just prior to the game here tonight, and he said, we had some adversity last night. They were up 4-1 going into the 9th, gave up a couple of runs to the Kitchener Panthers, and there you see the Panthers at the bottom of the league, but still putting a little pressure on the Barnstormers on the Welland Jackfish last night. And he said, that's good for us. We're going to throw it downstairs now to Tanner with Mitsuki Fukuda.
Jenkins Field for today's game. I'm looking forward to this. We're here with our player to watch here, Mitsuki Fukuda, and this is a special game here. We are celebrating Christmas in July, and as I understand it, Suk, your birthday kind of falls pretty close to the holiday we're celebrating today.
誕生日が近いですね、そのクリスマスに。
まあ、クリスマスは僕の日だと思ってるので、今日勝てると思います。
I think that Christmas is my day, so I think we'll have a good win today.
Absolutely, and that's definitely what the fans here want to see, Suk. Now you are gearing up for an appearance at the upcoming All-Star game in Hamilton. I mean, that's got to be great after such a great season that you've had thus far. Are you excited to represent the Barnstormers in Hamilton next weekend?
もうすぐオールスターなんですけど、そのハミルってバーンストーマーズのユニフォーム着てやるの楽しみですか？
まあ、2年連続オールスター選ばれたので、まあ、バーンストーマーズのユニフォーム着てオールスターでプレーできるのは僕自身とても嬉しいので楽しんできます。
It's the second year in a row that I'm going to be able to wear the Barnstormers uniform at the All-Star game, and I'm very happy that I'm going to be able to represent the team in that way.
That's awesome, Suk. I'm excited to watch you here today. I know all the fans are as well. Celebrating Christmas in July, and we're also celebrating Mitsuki Fukuda's half birthday here today. Good luck out there, Suk. It's going to be a great day, and we're looking forward to watching you play. Thank you.
Thank you. Arigato!
I'm Tanner for your CK Barnstormers. Back to Chris and the team up in the booth.
All right, thank you, Tanner. And Mitsuki Fukuda, what a character, eh, Ed? He's certainly...
You have the feeling people are pulling for him when he's speaking. They're trying to understand, and everybody's smiling and has a great rapport with the Barnstormer fans.
Yeah, he loves it here in Chatham-Kent. Chatham-Kent loves him too. So Fukuda not in the lineup. We're going to look at that lineup coming up here in a little bit. Welland's as well. We'll get set for the first pitch coming up. But first, as we just heard, it is Christmas in July here at the ballpark today. So, of course, Alana caught up with this guy right here.
What an honor. I'm with the one and only Mr. Claus right now, Santa Claus. What are you doing out of the North Pole in the middle of July, Santa?
Well, I get out and see things, but I'm always watching. I'm watching you, and you've been pretty good, I think.
Okay, we're going to get to that. We're going to get to that. Don't you worry. Do you get, so I guess obviously you do. You get some time off in the summer? Because I feel like you're just constantly working.
Summer, spring, fall, and wintertime, no.
No?
After that, January 6th, because Christmas goes longer, depending on where, because of Ukrainian Christmas that goes into January, and so Santa's always busy. It's not just the 25th.
Sometimes you got a little color too. You go on a cruise or something?
I go on a cruise. I like cruising.
Santa has fun too.
Oh, yeah.
I chose to do it here, Santa. We're in front of Mitsuki's locker right now. He's a Christmas baby, actually, December 25th.
A gift that keeps giving.
That's got to be good luck or something, right? I feel like that's
yeah.
his birthday. Speaking of baseball players, it's Christmas in July here at Fergie Jenkins Field today. You must see a lot of kids' Christmas wish list with baseball stuff on it.
Cleats, baseballs, gloves, sometimes balls. Plus those adults out there are just as much. Because they're just nothing but big kids as well.
I bet. They can't get enough of the baseball. Is that your baseball? A snowball?
Oh, yeah. It's my snowball.
Are you a baseball fan? Who's your team,
Oh,
Santa?
Yeah.
That's tough. You
Jays, Canadian. Santa lives in the North Pole.
But he knows.
He knows. And they're on a hot streak. 9 games straight.
Love it. The Christmas magic, Santa. You got to say
yeah.
that on the Jays. So there's a lot of kids probably watching this right now. Let us know. Is it too late to get on the nice list? There's still time. How do we work that in?
It's never too late to be on the nice list. All kids are good at heart, and they will get on the nice list. I'm almost positive because I'm always watching, I'm always listening. And I also hear from mums and dads and grandmas and grandpas and aunts, uncles and everything else, and sometimes brothers and sisters too.
What about me, Santa? Any hope for that nice list?
Right now you're on the nice list.
Oh, no! So these are actually the special jerseys that the players will be wearing for Christmas
Very
and
nice.
July. Pretty cool, eh? I like that. It's got a little
gingerbread! Everyone likes Santa likes gingerbread.
Santa approved. Where's Mrs. Claus at? She's coming today?
Mrs. Claus is taking care of things at the North Pole. She keeps Santa in line.
Probably much of a vacation for her as it is for you to have me out of here, right? Oh, I love it so much. And are you throwing the first pitch at the game today?
I believe so. I think I'll get a pitch in there.
You must have a strong arm from lifting the gift sack and the sleigh.
It's holding on to the reindeer. They're
Oh,
strong.
I bet. How are the reindeer, by the way?
Reindeer are resting.
Yeah.
Because it's a long journey, and even though we're 6 months past, they're still tired.
My
That's
boy
a long
Rudolph's
way.
still doing good?
Oh yeah.
Eating that
Bright
sleigh?
nose.
I love it so much. Well, good luck. I know you got that Christmas magic, so you're really going to throw that. You're used to throwing the snowballs, so I can't wait to check it out. I know you're busy, though.
And I'll
so-
probably hit the dirt.
No. I feel like the Christmas magic will just magically sprinkle the ball right straight home plate. I know you're busy, so we'll let you have fun at the game tonight, and then we'll let you get back to the North Pole, and we'll see you, I guess, in December again.
Oh yeah, you'll see me around. You might see me on a street corner. You might see me in the mall.
Always watching.
Just always watching. So.
Oh, thank you, Santa.
There's a look at lefty getting warmed up here. It's not going to take too much on a warm afternoon at Fergie Jenkins Field. The Welland Jackfish, number 1 team in the IBL, to take on the 5th place Chatham-Kent Barnstormers, 4th place Chatham-Kent Barnstormers, coming in 5 games behind. Let's take a look at the starting lineups here this afternoon for the visitors. Jonah Weisner will lead off, and he'll pace this team. Over at second base, Gio Morello up the middle in center field. P.O. Boucher in left field. Robert Mullinhead, this kid can hit. Catcher will back cleat up for the Welland Jackfish. Grayson Barrett's the designated hitter. Mateo Porcelato will be the third baseman. Josh Marchese gets in the lineup today over at first. Brandon Luther, the shortstop, and Brandon Hoope, the right fielder. We'll meet the pitchers here in a minute, and we'll look at the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers. A new look here tonight for the Barnstormers. The starting lineup will be Spencer Marcus in center field, and Spencer Morin moves into that second hole. And good to see Spencer get a chance. He swung the bat well here this year. They're going to try something, moving Spencer Morin up in the lineup. Yu Shinoda, the catcher once again. Seth Strong into the 4-hole. Braxton Haggith in left field. Sadler Goodwin, the sure-handed shortstop, will bat right in front of Torrin Vasilenic, who's in the lineup today. As Evan Morrison gets the afternoon off, Trent Sillett goes over to first base, and Owen Constantino, who came in to play late in the game last night in right field, and he is the 9th hitter tonight. There you see your starting pitchers. It'll be Aiden Ryan, who started the first ever game for the Barnstormers. Good ERA this year, 2.84. He has started in 3 games. He has pitched in 9 total, and there you see his record. But you look on the other side, Teo Ortega, another Panama City starter. We had a Panama City starter last night. He'll get the start here tonight. Look at the walks. That's the one thing that jumps out at you. 38 strikeouts, just 4 walks. He's going to have that ball right around the plate all night tonight. Starting pitcher is 4-0 for the Welland Jackfish. They've got 3 players with at least 4 wins in their rotation. Field prep is underway here, and a lot of fans making their way in from Welland. And as we say that, Ed, we have a little bit of cloud cover. We'll look at that forecast coming up in just a little bit. Keys to success today with Ed Myers. What are we going to do to get a win?
Well, the key, obvious key, is we've got to get some hits with men on base. We left 15 men on base last night, and we've been doing that the last few games. It's not because the guys aren't trying to make contact, but it hasn't been happening. Having lost 2-0 Friday night, same problem. And again, the change in the batting order could cause a little, create a little advantage. We can only wait and see on that. And they might take a few more chances than they have been. Who knows? More hit and runs, stolen bases, etc. They got to break things loose a little bit. And I think if they can, then we'll break the the trend we've been setting in the last little while.
And all teams go through this, Ed.
Oh, yeah.
Brian Essery, the head coach of the Welland Jackfish, he himself said, we just aren't getting hits with runners in scoring position. And I said, well, that's the script that's been the same here for the Barnstormers the last few days as well. So he said, yeah, you go through it. You may be the number one team, 20-6 on the year, but they're dealing with the same thing here. So something will break loose. We'll see what happens. Here's a look at your forecast. Those are the temperatures right now, 29 Celsius. So you work in the humidity. I think it's 124 up here. This isn't a press box. This is a microwave up here tonight. We've got the fans going, but the fans are trekking in here. Welland fans do travel well, and they are filling the stands here this afternoon at Fergie Jenkins Field. Umpires are making their way out to the field now. They'll exchange lineups and ground rules. We'll take a look at the Intercounty Baseball League standings, and there you see, just one night, a lot can change as the Barnstormers went in a tie for second. They dropped down to that 4th spot. London, Barrie both winning yesterday, Welland too, so they gain ground, and the Barnstormers drop a little bit. The Hamilton Cardinals, as we saw last night, Ed, I don't think we've heard the last of them. They've got a lineup to be dealt with. They're playing in Brantford this afternoon. They've been hot as of late, but it shakes out and it shakes up each and every day in the IBL.
I think there's a lot of parity this year. If you look at those standings, when you go between the 2nd and 7th place teams, you don't have a whole lot of difference. And as we mentioned last night, you play 3 or 4 games in a row, and lots of things could change in the standings in a hurry.
2-game losing streak for the Barnstormers. It's just the second time all season that they've lost 2 in a row. They've got a 4-game losing streak. That was May 25th to June 1st, and then they've got 2 5-game winning streaks. So a swing in the standings doesn't take too much. Let's look at your umpires. Justin Van Horn is back. He was the third base umpire last night. He'll get the duty behind the plate today. Stephen Gomes is over at first, and Joe Terrio is over at third base. He was at first last night. Steve Childs, Brian Essery will meet at home plate to exchange the batting lineups. And there you see the Christmas-themed uniforms. I don't know if you can hear it in the background. We listened to Christmas music for about an hour here, Ed.
It's been on all morning.
Yeah, I'm just about done with that.
The sweat's pouring off us. We're listening to all sorts of Christmas music. And I'm not sure if we're in the mood yet for Christmas, but we're working on it.
Well, we like it or not, it's going to happen. It's Christmas in July here at Fergie Jenkins Field today. And a warm one once again. We got 10 All-Stars that roll into town with the Welland Jackfish. 4 starters. Robert Mullen, the catcher. Jonah Wisner, the shortstop. Mateo Porcelato, the outfielder. And Gio Morello in the outfield. They'll all start. The reserves, Lair and Mendez, the pitcher, and Ortega, who we'll see tonight as a starter, is a reserve, along with Jose Dominguez. And Grayson Barrett and Brandon Luther will also be reserves. And then there's a chance for a last man in, Brandon Hoope, who is the right fielder tonight. You could vote him in to the IBL All-Stars, the IBL.ca, that All-Star game coming up July 20th in Hamilton, and tickets are available at the IBL.ca. This Welland team, we keep giving them their flowers, Ed. They're number 1 in the league, 20-6 on the year, 6-game winning streak, 4 games up on London at the top of the standings. And Brian Essery said last night, gave a couple of runs up in the 9th inning, still won the game 4-3, he said, but he liked that. He liked a little bit of adversity because we've been blowing teams out. We need to play some of those tight games, and teams need that.
Well, they do, and it'd be nice if you could blow by everybody and have not a close game, so it's not making your team any better. And comparing this year with last year, I find a lot of the games are closer. Last year's scores are a big division and gap in the scores, and I don't see that as much this year. And you're seeing a lot of 2-0, 1-0 games that we didn't see last year. So maybe the pitching is gaining an advantage they didn't have last year.
Aiden Ryan versus Teo Ortega will be the starting matchup here today. There's a look at Spencer Marcus, who gets back into that leadoff spot today for the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers, back in center field. A couple lineup changes tonight. Torn Vasilenic goes in for Evan Morrison, who's had a 2-hit night last night. Evan, an all-star himself, starter, but gets a night off. Trent Sillett moves into first. Seth goes over to third base. So a lot of juggling, and they're still trying to find something to work with Seth Strong back in the lineup.
Yeah, it's been difficult for him, and we're sort of wait and see. He started out with a bang with 2 home runs in his first game. He has since tailed off a bit, Didn't have a lot of success last night, and it looked like he's not really in mid-season form right yet.
No.
His timing seems not to be there right now. Not to say that can't return at any time. Hopefully this afternoon, but we'll have to wait and see.
Barnstormers gathering in front of the dugout, getting set to be introduced and get rolling here. Had a chance to talk to Jason McKay, who is the Executive Vice President, General Manager of the Welland Jackfish. He's from London, grew up playing ball with Harry Muir, and he said he's been very happy to watch from the distance his old buddy from high school. He said he's surprised that he finished high school. So I don't know if you want to read into that what you think, but they played together growing up.
It's interesting. They grew up in London together, and one is a pitcher and one a catcher.
He said that, yeah.
And he ended up playing goal for an old-timer hockey team from Chatham this past year. They won the tournament. It was in Welland. We had lost our goalie.
Oh, really?
They filled with Jason McKay.
Oh, there you go.
Jim Costello, you may or may not know Jim,
yeah.
is on that team, and got to meet him, and he made contact with us at that time, and he's quite the guy and quite the background, but yeah, he's definitely a Londoner, and he and Harry spent some time carving each other up when they met here.
Yeah, that's what he said. He says, I'm surprised he got through high school because he stood 60 feet, 6 inches away from a speeding baseball, and he did all right. But, yeah, he said certainly impressed with what Harry's been able to do with the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers. And Harry the same with Jason because Welland is really doing a great job. Just some of the promotions, some of the look, and obviously the team that they've put together in Welland. 20-6 on the season, coming off a 4-3 win last night versus Kitchener. Barnstormers coming off a 12-1 loss versus Hamilton. They're 15-11, and they are 5 games behind the Jackfish in a 2-game losing streak for them. There's a look at Aiden Ryan, who strides out to the mound, and he'll get set, and we'll get ready for the national anthem here tonight. And the Barnstormers and the Welland Jackfish on a Sunday afternoon here at Fergie Jenkins Field.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, at the sound of the we ask you to rise and move your caps and direct your attention to the Canadian flag located in center field for the playing of our national anthem.
Ready for some barn ball on Barnstormers TV. The pregame show brought to you by Great Lakes Gymnastics, where every day feels like a celebration. And we get set to get rolling here as the umpires fist bump and they head out to their positions. Aiden Ryan will take his warm-up pitches, and we will look at the defensive lineup here this afternoon for your Chatham-Kent Barnstormers. Spencer Marcus will be your center fielder tonight, and then we'll spread it out like that. Spencer Moran in right field and Braxton Hackett, that's your usual outfield. And then around the infield, Seth Strong goes to third base. Sadler Goodwin at short. Torrin Vasilenic, who pitched last night, had an at-bat. He'll start at second. Trent Silitzer at first baseman is on the right side of the infield. And Yu Shinoda gets another start as catcher. Mitsuki Fukuda, Evan Morrison out of the lineup this afternoon, and they will be available if needed to come off the bench. Aiden Ryan threw the first ever pitch for the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers last year, and he's been good coming out of the bullpen and spot starting as his year's gone on, and kind of like the way that Gil Rodon has used Aiden Ryan this year.
Yeah, he's used them in a variety of ways. I saw him pitching in London earlier, and he had a really strong performance in the latter part of the game. He's pitched spot relief. He's pitched sort of in the middle of a game, or sort of long relief. And in his last start, he was really effective. And once again, I think he's one of the young guys from last year who's gained some experience and a lot of confidence in a year, and he's much improved.
Coming off a game on Tuesday in Guelph, a 5-1 win, went 7 innings, didn't allow a walk, 5 strikeouts, 0 runs allowed. An outstanding performance for Aiden Ryan. He gets the start tonight. He'll face Jonah Weisner, Gio Morello, and Pierre-Olivier Boucher, the top 3 hitters in Brian Essery's lineup this afternoon. Weisner, an old-school player, full of hustle, and is the starting shortstop of the All-Star game. And he will take the first pitch for a strike. Justin Van Horn brings it up. We'll start at 2:09 this afternoon. That sunshine tucked away a little bit, Ed. We get rolling there. Down to first. Trent Sillett can't short hop. It's going to go down off the wall. Weisner's going to hustle into second. Morin's going to throw that big arm and make it close at second, just off line. And Trent Sillett couldn't come up with that one hopper. And it goes for looks like a double down the line. They're going to give him a double on that. Weisner starts the game off here, and Gio Morello now will stride to the plate.
Not a great start for us.
No.
When you're playing against a team with Welland's record and success rate, you want to sort of keep them close or gain an advantage early. Hopefully we can quell the inning.
Well, it doesn't get easier. Gio Morello, another all-star, strides to the plate here. Another left-handed batter is Aiden Ryan. Looks back at the runner, drops an off-speed pitch in, and it's a ball. Gio, a former Brantford Red Sox. They call him the straw that stirs the drink, kind of like that Reggie Jackson player. Real good culture guy for the Welland Jackfish. And he's going to sky one to center. Throws the bat aside, actually to left, and it's going to be Braxton Haggith will come over and make the catch. That's a big out to get right there. One down, and Pierre Boucher will stride to the plate now.
Could I ask you, did you get a chance to sharpen your pencils last night?
I actually
after the game?
I went through all my pencils and got them all sharpened, ready to go.
I hope you burned your score sheet for last night.
Yeah, nobody will
look like
be able. That's not going to St. Mary's or Cooperstown anytime soon. I don't know if you can see in the background there, but there's our special guest wandering around.
That's Santa. I'd know him anywhere.
Off-speed pitch gets him swinging. Boucher behind in the count 0-1. We'll see if the Barnstormers are on the naughty or nice list today. Get Gio Morello to pop out to left, one down in the inning. Off-speed pitch on the outside. Barnstormers wearing a Christmas-themed jersey this afternoon. That's the new look. There you see. The reindeer, the snowflakes, the Christmas lights. Ryan kicks and deals inside. Falls behind 2-1. Jonah Weisner, the leadoff batter for the Jackfish, leads the IBL in at-bats. A .362 average, dances off a second, getting in the head of Aiden Ryan. To the plate, check swing. A grounder to Vasilenic, comes up with it quickly, underhands it, and just gets the runner in time. And that's the second out of the inning. The runner will move over to third base.
This is the guy that's on fire, Robert Mullen. Seems to hit whenever he wants to.
Leads the IBL in home runs and RBIs. 10 home runs, 31 RBIs. Big bat here and a big out with a runner standing down at third looking to give the Jackfish the early lead. Mullen played his first IBL season with the London Majors. And when he was available, they didn't waste any time in scooping him up with the Jackfish. And you see that big bat, that big position. You know, as a catcher that can hit. Swing in the middle of your lineup, yeah. Line ahead in the count 0-1 with 2 outs. Inside will get the call, 0-2. Mullen says, all right, you're going to give it to him. I hope it's the same when I get back there.
Yeah, they have a close relationship, the catcher and the umpire. Spending the afternoon together.
Aiden ahead in the count, 0-2 with 2 outs in the inning. Barnstormer fans stomping along. And he'll throw on the outside, can't get him to chase. Aiden Ryan from Tecumseh, a 6'2", 185 starter this afternoon. 14 runs allowed on the season, just 10 of them earned. He's off to a good start, a 2.84 ERA. And Yoshinoda gets in front of that, stops it from going to the backstop. Counts even now, 2-2.
We've been blessed with catchers this year. We have 2 very good defensive catchers. They've both played well. Have thrown out almost everyone who's attempted to steal second base. I think they're sitting at 18.
Outside, Mullen says that's not a strike. Justin Van Horn agrees. Count is full with 2 outs in the first.
Being careful with Mullen.
Grayson Barrett waits on deck. Designated hitter looking for a chance. Mullen protects and fouls that back towards Tweedsmuir. Fourth game in 4 days for the Welland Jackfish. They've had a busy schedule. They've had some stretches. They had a 6-game and 8-day run. Ryan to the plate again with a full count. Outside, he'll walk him. Got ahead 0-2, and he'll lose the cleanup hitter.
Got really careful, which I don't blame him. And had an open base. Only to have to face Barrett.
Barrett, also an all-star.
Yeah.
One of the reserves. Designated hitter this afternoon, left-handed batter with 2 runners on now. Still no score, top of 1, Fergie Jenkins Field. And still rolling in here on a Sunday afternoon. Maybe get some chores done. And you can join us, ckbarnstormers.ca if you want to grab tickets. We now have the 600-plus seats available. I went over there purposely, Ed, to check out the Ed Myers Pavilion. Good view down the right field line. And chopped towards the first base dugout, foul on the first pitch. Weisner got on with the double. Went off the glove of Sillett down the first base line. Couple of outs. And then a walk to Robert Mullen. Owen Constantino is the designated hitter for the Barnstormers today. Playing the part of ball boy, running down and cleaning up that ball. Another one out of play, gets ahead 0-2.
Throwing fairly hard. Didn't get around on that pitch at all. Whether he was fooled, I'm not sure, but
yeah, he's always had a good arm. It was just a matter of letting loose last year. A lot of pitchers were tight.
Well, no experience, right? They all were about the same age and had some college experience and no Intercounty League experience.
Another year under their belts. First inning against the Jackfish, no score, 0-2 the count. And another chop towards the first base dugout. Justin Van Horn, the home plate umpire.
Needs baseballs.
Yeah, he's short on some balls. Went over to the dugout to get his refill. I said to Justin, I said, stay hydrated out there today. And he said, well, if I'm not getting air conditioning, you guys aren't getting air conditioning up there.
Yeah, we have air conditioning, all right. We have the windows up.
Yes. 0-2 once again. Grayson Barrett, the designated hitter, gets them swinging. They get out of the first inning. Strikeout brought to you by Scott Curry, TD Wealth Financial Planner. Whether you are planning for retirement or starting a new business, Scott is here to help guide you every step of the way. Barnstormers get out of the first, leave a couple runners stranded, and they come up with the sticks next on Barnstormers TV.
My name is Spencer Marcus, outfielder for the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers from Chatham, Ontario. The community support has been amazing for baseball. Everybody coming together. You never really thought of this town as a baseball town, more of a hockey town. I remember when I found out that Kent Essex Mutual Insurance wanted to do an interview about a hometown hero. I never thought somebody would look at just a baseball player like that. It takes a lot of support to make this team a success, and the Barnstormers wouldn't be where they are today without help from sponsors like Kent Essex Mutual Insurance.
Whether you're commercial, industrial, or residential, Enyo Pest Advisors are here with passion and integrity to help. Call us for a no-obligation quote today, 226-627-4944. Enyo, bigger than bugs.
At Great Lakes Gymnastics, it all starts with our state-of-the-art 12,000-square-foot facility built to inspire movement, confidence, and growth. From preschool to recreational classes, our programs are safe, structured, and designed to help every child thrive. For athletes with big goals, our competitive team trains year-round with experienced coaches and competes across Ontario. Whether you're just getting started or aiming for the podium, Great Lakes Gymnastics is where greatness begins.
Barnstormers coming up at the bottom of the first. Marcus, Marin, and Oda will be the top three to face Ortega. There you see him in the middle of the diamond. And around the outfield, P.O. Boucher will start in left field, Gio Morello in center, Brandon Houpe in right field in front of the clubhouse. Mateo Porcelletto over at third base, Brandon Luther, Jonah Weisner, good middle infield. And Josh Marchese gets in the lineup here this afternoon. And Robert Mullen, who was left standing at first base after the walk in the first, will be your catcher here, the starter in the All-Star for his division. And Teo Ortega, Panama City, Panama, the pitcher, 6 foot, 165, 4-0 on the season. 6 games, he started all 6 of them, 2.61 ERA, 31 innings pitched, 38 strikeouts, and just 4 walks on the year, Ed. And he'll be around the plate all night tonight. Played 5 seasons in pro ball with the Texas and Oakland organizations.
Well, I hope the boys are aware that he is around the plate, and they're not standing, looking, and waiting. They got to be aggressive and attack the ball, and let's see what happens.
Spencer Marcus has traditionally been the leadoff batter for the Barnstormers, and the last few games been down in the lineup, and he's going to swing at the first pitch. Popped it up behind the plate. Mullen tracks it towards the on-deck circle. He's there, 1 pitch, 1 out, and a foul out to the catcher.
Well, so much for advice. He was aggressive.
We're just the experts behind the plate here. I like this move tonight. Spencer Marin getting a spot up at the second hole tonight. Evan Morrison out of the lineup. Spencer's done real well near the bottom of the order, and he deserves a shot here. Played a real good right field.
I'll check with Dan for sure, but I think he still started every game to this point.
Talked to Spencer prior to the game. If you were watching last night, there was a pop fly, and it was an adventure for him. I said, what was the wind like last night? And he said, it does some weird things coming off that field house there. Wind was blowing in here. It was blowing out there. It was, very odd.
He stood under it for, it seemed like 2 or 3 seconds, and then all of a sudden he started chasing the ball into the infield. It bounced off the heel of his glove at about foot high, and he was almost at second base by the time he caught up to the ball.
Yeah, I made a bit of an adventure last night. It was a tough night for the Barnstormers in a 12-1 loss. Inside, Ortega pushes him off the plate, 2-1. Thanks for joining us here on Barnstormers TV on the YouTube channel at ckbarnstormers.ca. You can get the link there. And, of course, jump in the chat, too. If you got anything going on or any comments, keep an eye on that as the night goes on. Marin stings one down the left side. That's foul. Count even at 2-2. You wouldn't believe how many locals that have some Welland connections that were making plans to come out today. Talked to a couple different families that said, well, we're from the area. We're going to make sure we come out and cheer for our hometown team.
It's good. Good. If you haven't been out yet, please give it a try. You'll like the brand of baseball they play, and the atmosphere here is great.
Moran rolls one over to the second baseman, Wisner, hustles it out, but not going to be in time. And a ground out to second for Moran, 2 outs in the inning. Yushin Oda in the 3-hole today with Seth Strong on deck. Barnstormers used their entire roster last night. Oda played the entire game as a catcher. He's going up there hacking as well, and that goes off the overhang behind home plate. Little bend to that. And Oda fouls that one back in behind to the barbecue area once again. And Ortega deals quickly, and he's ahead in the count 0-2.
As you said, he's around the plate. Throw strikes.
And he'll catch him swinging. 3 up, 3 down. And we're through 1, scoreless. Top of 2 coming up. Barnstormers and the Welland Jackfish on Barnstormers TV, presented by Kent Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider.
Still selling critical illness insurance. Still selling retirement savings plans. Still selling group benefit plans. Still selling life insurance. Still selling disability insurance.
Are you selling insurance?
Not today. Play ball.
Hey Barnstormer fans, want to win a $50 gas card just for cheering on your favorite team? Grab your phone right now and snap a selfie of you and your family and friends watching Barnstormers TV. Follow and tag at CK Barnstormers and Kent Essex Mutual Insurance at KE Mutual on Instagram. You need both tags and follows to qualify for the selfie contest. At CK Barnstormers and at KE Mutual. Share your selfie before the end of the game for a chance to win a $50 gas card. I mean, are we live? No score through 1. The heat is getting to me.
It's been a long weekend.
Yeah, it has. It has. No score through 1. It's the Welland Jackfish and the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers. Jackfish got a couple of runners on, and Aiden Ryan dealing well this afternoon. Ortega, no slouch either. 3 up, 3 down for him in the bottom of the first. Mateo Porcelato, the third baseman, will stride to the plate now. He's a starter in the outfield over at third today. Multi-position. They can really put him anywhere. Essery really feels comfortable wherever they start him. And now we get a slow down here. It looks like the first base coach didn't have his bucket on. So you got to get that on there. Got the helmet on, and we'll get rolling. Looks like Justin Van Horn caught that.
A few serious injuries coaching, but a couple of deaths with line drives hitting coaches. It's become a sort of a universal rule for coaches.
Porcelato, the 25-year-old in his 4th IBL season. That's a ball outside. They call him like a Swiss Army knife type player. We said like multi-position. Third base today, but can play the corner in the outfield wherever you need him. Last Saturday drove in 2 runs in the 9-4 victory over the Barnstormers. They call him Porch. Another left-handed batter. And Ryan deals to him 1-1. It's a second. Vasilenic circles. And they'll get the out over at first. First out recorded. Couple of plays for Vasilenic over at second already tonight.
Thinking that Vasilanics played short third and second since he's been here. I'm not so sure he's played short this year because when Goodwin was out with the hamstring, Morrison went over to the shortstop. Vasilanic pitched last night.
He had up a couple of innings late in the game when it was out of reach. Marchese into the lineup tonight. Burnaby, British Columbia, his first IBL season. 5 years at Niagara University.
Buffalo, I think. That's where Niagara is. I have to check. I think that's where Spencer Marcus
I was just thinking, as my brain was thinking the same thing.
Yeah. Good university for Ontario residents because you can get your teacher's college from New York, and it's reciprocal agreement with the province of Ontario.
Well, we know that's what Spencer did, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Marchese, another lefty. Aiden's been throwing some heat here as the batters have been a little behind it on their swings.
Throwing free and easy, which is a good sign.
Here comes Ryan to the plate. And that one he got around on. Marchese bats seventh in the lineup. Brendan Luther, the shortstop, in behind him.
We're falling apart here.
And Yushin Oda has to short hop that, and that'll push the count to full. I'm sorry, 2-2 is the count. Wipes the swipe from his brow, and he looks in for the sign. Here he comes to the plate with one out. And Marchese again. Batter's having a tough time getting around on him, Ed.
Yeah.
A couple of comments in the chat on the YouTube here. Ryden Kicks and Deals. That's side 3-2. Asking about Lee Kuchera, who took they called it a foul last night, went off the knuckle. We know it was swollen, but that's all the information we can give you. Not that we're holding anything back, that's all we know. Inside, Van Horn doesn't ring him up. It's going to be a walk. And Marchese, the second of the night, will head down to first.
Looking through the grandstand here, see if I see Mom or Dad here. They're usually at the games.
Well, Mom, Dad, and the sisters are usually here.
Yeah, right, twin sisters.
Don't know if they're here or not, but sorry, if we had information, we would certainly pass it along. RJ says you have the best feed going. Great job in CK. Thanks, RJ. Hold on, I got to better check and see if he's buttering us up for something. Thanks for tuning in this afternoon on a Sunday afternoon in Chatham-Kent. Barnstormers and Jackfish. Sillett holds the runner on. Foul tip, Luther the shortstop at the plate. Now Gil Rondon's coming out. He's got the lineup in his hand. Yeah, so on our lineup, he had 21, then 20. When in the actuality, it's 20, then 21. The number 20, Luther, 21, Hoope. So that's Justin Van Horn explaining. Brandon Luther now looks dejected. Now here comes Brian Essery. So on the official scorecard, it had Brandon Luther, 21, and Brandon Hoope, 20. The numbers are obviously 20 for Luther.
Flipped him.
So now Justin Van Horn is dealing with that. He's going to talk to his
Wish we could lip read. We can figure out what's going on.
So they got that settled. We knew what they meant.
That's why you have pencils, right?
That's
Eraser
right,
on the
that's
end.
right.
You just turn them over.
Go Rondon, good on him. That's old school baseball, catching something like that, right? Something you bat out of order. Catch that, you might be able to steal it out. 0-1 the count to Luther. And you see what he did. He waited to that first pitch, too.
Yep. He's officially in the batter's box.
Because if he would have been up there and not taken a swing and they would have had an issue, then would have gotten the out. Count is even, 1-1. Marchese over at first. Foul off to the left side. A lot of conversation in the chat about the last one in vote for the All-Star Classic happening in Hamilton on the 20th. Hoope is the option for the Jackfish. Aiden Ryan is the option for the Barnstormers. So you can still vote until midnight tomorrow at the IBL.ca.
And as of last night, it was very close for Aiden Ryan. So, Barnstormer fans, if you could have a second and vote for Aiden Ryan, it would be either in his cap in the All-Star team.
Shout out to Jeremy, who's watching on the YouTube feed today and joining into the chat this afternoon. Thanks for watching, a Welland fan. And there's a line drive down the right side. He's going to get to second and hold up. Marin got there quickly. And the ball gets back into the infield. Marchese didn't have a good read on that and only advances one base on the single.
It looked like it could have been a double. It was pretty much toward the foul line.
Brandon Hoope will come to the plate, the ninth hitter in this lineup. Yeah, Jeremy was at the game last night in Welland. Welland won 4-3 over Kitchener. Our friends over at Handlebars Fishing says, hi, Chris and Ed. Great commentary again today. I'll say it's early. Like, you give us a couple of things we could fall apart
into the
here.
recipes. Yeah.
Couple of runners on, one out in the inning.
See if we can get a ground ball here for a double play.
Chatham-Kent Fire Department has rolled in, making an appearance at the game today.
Left that one up. If there were to be another set of bleachers, it would be just about where that truck is behind the existing bullpen beyond the third base dugout.
And behind the Jackfish dugout is the Chatham-Kent Fire Department in for a watch today. Swing and a miss from Hoope. 2-1 the count.
Pulled the string on that one. Good changeup.
Second IBL season. 243 last year. In his rookie year. Hoope from North Delta, British Columbia. Aiden Ryan 2-1 with a couple of runners on. Play double play depth up the middle and a foul back to the right side. Four years at the University of British Columbia. He hit .315, 12 doubles and a triple and 9 home runs in his last season. So it's Hoope versus Aiden Ryan in the last one in on the South Reserve. So here you go. The IBL.ca. Ryan pitching for the Barnstormers. Hoope at the plate. And you'll get him swinging there. 2 outs in the inning. He might get him on that one. Strikeout for Scott Curry, TD Wealth Financial Planner. Whether you are planning for retirement or starting a new business, Scott is here to help guide you every step of the way. Second strikeout of the night for Aiden Ryan. You got Barrett to end the first. Looking to leave a couple more runners on. And it's back to the top of the order. Jonah Weisner with a double, went off the glove and was stranded at third back in the first. Looks like we've got a Jackfish fan from Lethbridge, Alberta tuning in today, too. Jonah Weisner, the second baseman today. Jason McKay, the general manager, says he's the kind of kid who will run through a brick wall for you. A real hustle-type player. Leads the IBL in at-bats. He's got one under his belt, number 2 here now. They've got 3 batters in the top 10 in hitting in the IBL as well. They've certainly built a strong team up there. Batting .362. Increased that by a bit with his hit in the first. Ryan DeWeisner in the box, and he'll put one to center. Spencer Marcus circles, and he'll catch it chest high, and they get out of the second. No score. Barnstormers and Jackfish. And Seth Strong coming to bat next. Barnstormers TV is presented by Kent Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider.
Whether personal, agricultural, or commercial, Inyo Pest Advisors are here. Inyo, bigger than bugs.
Anything you want.
Everybody say.
Hardline drive up the middle. Whoa! Lindor out of nowhere. How did he do that?
That Lindor can play. I don't know about that hair. And don't get me started on those gloves.
I don't know. I kind of like it.
It's time for a revolution. The Rev 1X by Rollins.
Looking for a fun, active way to keep your kids moving? At Great Lakes Gymnastics, our recreational classes are all about building strength, coordination, and confidence, all while having a blast. And when it's time to celebrate, we throw birthday parties kids will never forget, packed with games, gymnastics, and tons of smiles. In our safe, state-of-the-art facility, every child gets the chance to shine. Join the fun at Great Lakes Gymnastics, where every day feels like a celebration.
Bottom of the second, Barnstormers TV, Welland Jackfish and the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers. No score through an inning and a half. Ortega dealing quickly in the first, 3 up and 3 down. The chat is buzzing today. And they're just joining us on that YouTube feed. If you would like to join in and comment, we're certainly keeping an eye on that as the game goes on. Jeremy is a Jackfish fan, but was actually born in Windsor. All right, we'll take that, as long as you're a Spitfire fan. And Vicky Bissonette, Go Fish Go from the Welland area. I wonder if that's a relative of Paul Bisnasty, Welland legend. Seth Strong, last year's IBL MVP, 6th game of the year. First home game last night for this year after coming back to the team. And back in the lineup here. Starts him off with an off-speed pitch on the outside. They were feeding him to the outside corner all night last night, Ed.
They were, which they were doing last year when we ended the season. And he had adjusted by going the other way last year. Well,
and now they come back with a high heater. And he's quickly behind the count 0-2. See if Seth can do something here to start off the inning. Get a piece of that one, foul it back. Still a little behind on it. Looks like he's still trying to catch up to game speed.
Mullen set up on the outside corner, and the ball was on the inside part of the plate, so Mullen was giving a little body language look out to the pitcher.
Ortega wastes no time. Gets that ball, knows what he wants to do. Seth in the box, 0-2 the count. And another off-speed pitch. Jackson Hageth waits on deck. And Seth will take it the other way and drop one in front of the left fielder.
That's what he did last year when it was being pitched outside. He just went the other way with it. And looks like a little recall in that situation. Slashed the line drive into left field for a single.
That's a good sign from Seth. He's playing with the Lake Erie's Crushers in the Frontier League. Didn't get a whole lot of at-bats and had been sitting for a while before being released. Did have a great opening game. good to have friends, Ed. It's good to have friends. Braxton Haggett down to first. They'll throw it to second. Short hop. It's going to get away from Luther. Seth Strong sliding in, and he'll get there safely. A lot going on there. First baseman quickly chucked it to second. Luther from the short hop. Strong had held up, rightfully so. And then had to hustle to get there. That's going to be an error to the first baseman. And a couple of runners on. And the Barnstormers threatening here in the bottom of the second. And now Sadler Goodwin strides to the plate. Kicks and deals inside. We'll get him swinging on the first one. Ortega looks in. No outs in the inning, no score in the game. Off-speed pitch. Justin Horn doesn't give it to him. And Horn says no, it's 1-1.
Playing for a big inning, I was wondering if they might bunt him along.
Yeah. You know Ortega's going to be around the plate. They're playing him straight up on the infield here. Now you'll turn. There you go, Ed. You've watched the baseball game or two, haven't you?
One or two.
Look at Braxton Haggett positioned over at first. Seth Strong is at second. One and two the count. You won't see him bunt this time. Goodwin with the stick. Couple runners on here. Outside gets him looking. Goodwin couldn't get the bat off his shoulders. Ortega finds the outside corner. One out in the inning. Torn Vasilenic now. Have a chance to drive and a run. Vasilenic swings away, pops it to left. Olivier Boucher, Pierre-Olivier Boucher in, and we'll circle around and snag that one. Two outs quickly in the inning now, and a couple runners still on. Trent Sillett. Two outs in the inning now. RJ says Fergie Jenkins Field looks like a good trip to make. It definitely is. It's worth it. And now with an additional 600 seats, we certainly will welcome you. They got added here this week. Ortega to the plate, and Sillett swings through on about forehead high.
If you are a Chathamite and haven't been to a ball game in the last few years, you wouldn't recognize it.
No, you
wouldn't.
It's
really transformed into a nice ballpark.
Matt wants to know, just not to know the places to eat. Well, food is important. It certainly is. Seth gets a dance off of second. Sillett outside. Well, Matt, you got your options. There's a lot of good places close by. A lot of them are airing the games as we speak, too. Also serve cold beverages if that's what you're into.
Got to wash that food down.
Yeah. Ortega to the plate. Sillett fouls one back, 1-2. He's ahead in the count. Runner in scoring position. Two outs in the inning. Seth Strong with a single to start it off. Hageth on and an error. And Sillett with a 1-2 count. And he'll swing through it. Ortega gets out of the inning on a strikeout. 2 innings down, no score on this one. The Jackfish coming to the sticks next. It's Barnstormers TV Live from Fergie Jenkins Field.
Go with the king. Your king is right there.
Anything they want for Christmas and a Maple City Bakery gift card. Let's cheer them on, guys. Start throwing those snowballs in 3.
No, not 3.
3.
3 again.
3 again.
4.
3. I'll go on the naughty list. 3, 2, 1, go! Is there a technique here for throwing snowballs?
Come on! Let's go, cheers! Come on, come on! Let's go! Come on! Bounce it off Bob's head, I'll give you $50.
I'm out! How are we doing here, Mom?
12 seconds left.
Alright, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Barnstormers TV back, top of 3 now. Hey, thanks everyone for jumping on board here on the chat tonight. Yeah, lots going on here. Just trying to catch up as we go. Mike's Place Good Food definitely is. Shout out to our breweries too. Last night was Red Barn Brewing Night. They were giving away sunglasses. Our friends over there and Denny and his team, and also over at Sons of Kent. Lots of good eats in the area. Yeah, thanks for joining in. Keep buzzing there on the chat tonight. Dog Days, great restaurant. Yes, thanks, guys. Second batter in the order, it's Gio Morello. Morello, the center fielder tonight.
Big change in Aiden Ryan. He's just slinging the ball. He's really throwing easy today.
1-1 the count. We're chugging along this afternoon. I know I probably cursed us by saying that, but Ortega's dishing well, and Aiden wants to follow suit, get the bats back up there. Morello, as we were saying earlier, is one of the players they targeted when they were trying to put together this Jackfish team. He's going to chop it towards Goodwin. He'll take it on a hop, off-balance throw, right on the money, and he'll nail him over at first. You know, you're trying to build a team. You want a guy that's good in the room, a good culture guy, and that's what Gio is. And we've talked about it, Ed. You want to build up the middle. We talk about Samuel Goodwin there at short.
Yeah. And then we are certainly strong up the middle with our the way it's fallen together with Morrison coming this year and Goodwin joining us at the end of last year and back again this year. 2 strong catchers.
Yeah,
Spencer Market, center field.
You see these teams that are successful, and in this level and any level, really, it's built up the middle, and Welland no different. 20-6 on the season, leading the IBL. 4 games up on London. We'll look here at the out-of-town scoreboard a little bit later on, too, and a Sunday afternoon to wrap up the weekend in the IBL. Boucher, the left fielder, grounded out to second and back in the first. 1 outie in the inning now. No score in this one. Head in the count 2-0. And the count 3-0. I see some umbrellas coming out here. And the Ed Myers pavilion is slowly emptying. I get a little bit of rain going on. Inside corner, 3-1.
No umbrellas up in the grandstand. Then.
No. It is one of those hot, humid days again, and I know it wasn't calling for a great chance of rain, but you never know when that kind of forecast mix comes together. A walk for Boucher. He'll end up over at first. So that's the third walk of the game for Aiden Ryan. He's got a couple of strikeouts. And he's had a runner on in every inning so far. And now he'll have to deal with Robert Mullen and a runner on base. Ryan checks the runner. One out in the inning. They play double play depth up the middle. Chopped down the first baseline foul. Looks like he might have broke his bat. Get a new stick here for Mullen.
Not sure whether Boucher was running on that. He got about halfway between first and second when the ball was hit. So I don't know whether it was with the old delayed steal or the run and hit. It was different looking.
Well, looks like Mullen saw that pitch on the outside corner and knows he's got a hole to shoot for over there. Do have some dark clouds out there, and I don't think we're getting too much rain, though. Welland fans have stuck around.
That's what I was thinking. It must be raining on the first base side, not the left.
Okay, never mind, Ed. There you look. I can't see anything, but there our center field camera picks up. We got some rain coming down now. And
Can't really see it from here.
It's coming from center. You can start to hear it here on the press box and the wind kicking up.
See it over there.
So Ryan will continue to deal. Inside corner will get a called strike. And we'll see how this rain comes. Is it a brief shower? Is it going to have any staying power? But you don't want to get it too much to let this field get away from you. Justin Van Horn, the home plate umpire. Runners going. Oda on the money. Do not run on a Barnstormer catcher. A bullet down to second.
Oda can also throw. I say we got two fine catchers.
A caught stealing, and the Barnstormers, the combination of Fukuda and Oda, he didn't even have a chance to slide as that ball beat him there. 2-2 the count, rain coming down. And Mullen swings and fouls one back. Now fans starting to find some coverage underneath the backstop here, what they can anyway.
This looks real. I keep thinking it's really raining in front of us.
Well, it's the Christmas and July game today.
It might turn to snow.
A little bit of snowflakes coming down here. Fans want a strikeout. 2-2 the count to Mullen. Off speed and high. And we're getting some text. No rain on the north side of town. So just over the river. Yeah, we're on the south side of the city of Chatham. So this happens now and then, Ed. Sometimes you drive across town. Yeah, that's going to hit Mullen. It's going to hit him. A hit by pitch. And he'll get his base down at first. So a walk and now a hit by pitch for Mullen, and they have a runner on again.
Sort of laugh the big guys. They're not in a big hurry to get out of the way of those inside pitches. They just take it. So it looks like I'm going to first.
Not even a flinch. So last night, Robert Mackey, who's not in the lineup, was hit by a pitch 3 times. He's been hit 5 times this season. And I got thinking, I'm like, that's a lot. That isn't leading the IBL. And Oda's got to get up quickly. Grayson Barrett, the batter. Leading the league, 7 hit by pitches. Liam Wilson of Guelph and Gio Morello of Welland 7 times. Spencer Marin, who's been hit 6 times, and then there's a whole handful with 5, and that's where Mackey is now after the 3-hit bat.
I was thinking of an old catcher named Clint Courtney. He played for the St. Louis Browns. That's how long ago, but he used to put him in the pinch hit just to get hit. He just lean over the plate, take it.
I used to do that in house league. It was the only way I could get on. I'd lean into pitches. That's why I ended up in the box here. We had a little pause there in the rain, and it's coming back here. A couple of heavy bursts. Ryan's got to deal with a wet ball. That one's going to get away, and Oda looks skyward, but it's going to go off the backstop. Mullen's going to advance to second on the wild pitch.
Baseball's always been noticed for its nicknames, and Courtney's nickname was Scrap Iron. Scrap Iron Courtney. He was accused of he would take the ball in the head. Okay, looks like I did my job.
I did my job.
I gotta go to first.
Three 3-0 the count. Ryan comes to the plate. He'll get one into the strike zone. 2 outs in the inning. Runner in scoring position now. Barrett, the batter, who is off to represent the Welland Jackfish at the All-Star game coming up on the 20th in Hamilton. He's looking through the raindrops, as is Ryan. Inside, and he'll walk him. Couple of runners on.
Wonder how wet it is out there with it gripping the ball.
Well, I was thinking that when Oda came up to throw. He didn't seem to have any problem, but yeah, it's not a light rain by any means. Porcelato now will stride to the plate. Porcelato's been on base 20 straight games. And now Justin Van Horn says, hold up, let's get to the dugout here. So we'll take a break in the rain delay, and we'll see how long this is going to last. Yeah, it's coming down pretty good now, and they're going to try to get the tarp on it, try to save the diamond so you don't lose it. Fans will find themselves some cover, and Ed and I are prepared to do a little song and dance and entertain you in the time being. We did this last year, Ed. Remember that rain out?
Yes, I do. It came out of the
We lost the field quickly, and this is what you see in the IBL. The players hustle out of the dugout to help. They don't want to lose this game either. You lose that field, and it's going to be a lot to get it back. So they hustle out, each grab a piece of the tarp, and they're going to spread it out over the home plate area if they could figure it out here. It's a comedy of errors right now. Robert Mackey.
Should have put this in their practice regimen.
I don't think they do it. They hit fungos, they take batting practice. I don't think they work on the tarp.
You should add this.
Trent Sillett's out there. We see Braxton Haggith, Mitsuki Fukuda.
We knew that Fukuda would be out there, right?
Yeah, you knew he would. He's not playing today. He wants to be a part of it. Out in the mound, is that Brock Whitson, I think? Well, we get the mound covered up. We'll see if we can wait this one out.
It seems to have slowed down a bit right now.
Our weather expert, Dom, is telling us it looks like it might blow over. We'll see how long we're going to wait this one out. It's tough. You get well, and it's a long trip to come all the way down here.
I don't think there was any rain forecast, was there? I don't remember seeing any.
Just the typical hot, humid, possibility.
Welcome to the sunny Southwest, right?
You know what? Let's get a rain delay guest in here. Let's throw. Other way there, Harry. There you go. We'll pull Harry Muir in here. Grab a seat there, Harry.
Tell us everything they want to hear about the weather.
Oh. Harry Muir is up in the booth with us, the general manager of the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers. Rain delay at Fergie Jenkins Field. What are you seeing? Have you looked at the forecast yet?
Yeah, it's like one little cloud just kind of stalled over top of us here, so it's literally like a minute or two, it's going to be gone.
We've been talking about you here in the broadcast.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, we got talking to Jason McKay.
You did? How?
Yeah, we were talking to him. We got a little inside scoop.
Oh, really?
So he was your catcher in London.
Well, he likes to call himself a catcher, but he was more of like I'd throw it, it'd hit him, and he'd throw it back kind of thing.
He just waited for it to stop rolling.
Yeah.
I got that.
No, he's a great guy. We played. I think we were a basketball team together on South, and we played baseball forever. His dad coached us for a while.
Okay, so here I got to ask you too. So Trent Sillett's dad.
Yes.
And you played basketball together.
We went to high school together. Correct. That's I've known Trent since he was a wee lad. He was pitching with the Badgers back in the day,
Okay.
and I taught Trent how to throw a slider on the beach in Ipperwash.
No way.
Yeah. His Jamie's parents' family have a Ipperwash cottage, and my family rented a cottage on the same beach, and
No way.
yeah, my son and Trent were playing, and it was kind of fun. It was nice. It's kind of fun to play baseball on the beach, and yeah, that's where I taught him the slider. He was a good pitcher back in the day. He won the Ontario Cup, Canada Games, and he was the closer on that game. So yeah,
See, maybe these rain delays pay off, Edward.
I also heard that he caught.
I do not know that for sure. Yeah.
It could be rumor, but somebody said he had a catcher's glove, and
That's possible. That's possible.
He would catch.
That's possible.
No score right now, top of the third in a rain delay. It doesn't look like it's going to last long. Justin Van Horn, the plate umpire, called it pretty quickly, and I think we got the tarp on in time. We're not going to lose the field here, so just a little delay. We should be good. How are you liking your team here? We're 26 games into the season.
I'm quite happy. How many games are we over 500? We didn't we didn't get to 500 last year at all, so I'm quite happy. As a GM, I live and die with every game, and I'm trying not to learn to do that, but. Yeah, we're a young team, and we're gonna be hot and cold, and our pitchers are young, and they're gonna be hot and cold. So yeah, we're way ahead of schedule. We had second place for a long time there. It was a great. We're a top 4 team, I believe this year, and we're gonna turn it around and get these guys that we get on base. We just got to start scoring those guys.
I made the comment a couple of times about second year of the young pitchers.
Yeah.
It's a considerable difference.
It is.
Today, Eden Ryan is slinging the ball, relaxed, letting the ball out of his hand naturally, not aiming.
Right.
And you see that in a lot of the guys last year. They're all in the same position. They played some college ball. And they were coming into an intercounty league. Nobody really knew what was expected, what the level was, and they started pressing, I think, and
absolutely
took them a while to get accustomed to the league and the game speed, and they've come along a long way.
Yeah, and I think a good indicator of that, Ed, is if you look at our walks this year, we're at least, I think we're 30% less than we were last year. So that's a huge, that's maturity, right? Guys are getting experience. Not so afraid to throw that as many strikes, or and that's gonna come with every year, right? And we're gonna that's the plan, right? That these kids, we have to put up with some bad games, and
what the average age of this team and the league is considerably different.
Yeah,
there's a big gap there.
Yeah, and if you look at our not just our age but our experience in the league, we're rookies, and so every year that these guys get another year under the belt, there's more experience, and they grow, and it's going to make a huge difference 3 to 5 years down the road for us, and we'll have a lot. This is still coming down.
Yeah, another cloud just opened up.
Yeah.
I thought I was letting up there. So
I know.
Another little cloud slid in there.
Stupid little clouds keep coming.
Harry Muir, general manager of the Barnstormers, is with us. Rain delay in the top of the third inning. No score with the Welland Jackfish here today. Obviously, you're drafted by the Toronto Blue Jays, a pitcher yourself. Do you get involved with any of that at all, or you let Gil handle all of that?
Yeah, we all have our jobs, and we talk pitching. Gil and I talk pitching all the time. But the day-to-day decision-making is his. I give input. We watched the guy throw today.
Yeah.
We're keeping an eye on Christian Hawk's rehab. Gil asked me to look at him when he doesn't have time. I work a lot with the pitchers in the off season, but I don't want to step on his toe. It gets confusing when you have one guy telling you one thing. So I try not to give too much advice. Actually, I give very little advice during the season because I don't know what Gil's telling them day to day. So I don't want to confuse them, and coming from me may mean more or different. I don't know. So I just try to keep it simple, and I talk about their start, but I don't give advice and stuff like that.
So you pitched in the last season with the Fanshawe Falcons.
Yeah.
What are the chances we see you in the bullpen? I know you were joking about it.
Yeah, absolutely. I can 100% guarantee that I will not be coming out of the bullpen.
All right.
Yeah.
Even in a pinch?
Even in a pinch.
Okay.
My IL days are well behind me, and I'm quite happy to let that go.
you look around the IBL, you see Welland's at 20-6, but then there's like a lot of parity there from like 2 to 7, 2 to 8 or so. What do you think when you look around the league? Do you kind of judge what you need to do against them? Or are you looking at your own team only?
It's a good question. Like I'm really looking at our team right now as a whole as just like what do we need? Obviously we want to win. Everybody wants to win. It's not my priority right now, but it does get exciting when you're in second place and you start thinking, is this the year we should really push? Or and I think we still have some holes that we have to fill that I think I'd like to fill before the end of the signing day, but I don't know if I can. We do have some juniors coming available in July 26th after the OBAs, and they're going to bolster our bullpen a little bit. It's arms, like throughout the league. And,
but everybody's looking for that, right?
And it's the same 12 guys that we're all fighting over. And, at this point right now, it's hard to find guys that aren't doing anything. And, really is just kind of like see what we, if we can fill some holes, we will. And then just go from there. I said at the beginning of the year, we're going to have more parity in the league this year. I think I was just talking to Brian Essery, the manager of Welland, before the game, and I was like, I thought this would be the year you're not going to win 30, but they had a little slow start as well, and I think some people were hot early on, so I thought maybe this was it. But yeah, there's a lot of parity, and it's every game matters right now, right? We lose 2 in a row and we drop 2 places in the standings.
Yeah, it doesn't take much.
It's not tight, no.
But then it's the other way. You win 2 in a row.
What is that the deadline for player?
I want to say it's July 26th.
26th.
Yeah.
We saw the out-of-town scoreboard there. Saw Hamilton made some moves this week, and they've turned things around real quick. It seems like they've got some energy in that clubhouse. Up 3-0 on Brantford today. No score here in Chatham, and the Maple Leafs hosting the Majors right now at 3-2. Kitchener hosting Barrie a little bit later on. We're in a rain delay.
Yeah, our goal this year, my goal this year is if we can finish in fourth and above, right? So we get that home field advantage, which we want for our stands and stuff, for our fans, and I finished fifth last year, so we got to go for 4.
Got to get at least 4
in the world.
So when you build a program, though, I'm assuming going into last year, you're trying to sell Chatham-Kent, you're trying to sell the Barnstormers, but players don't know what it is, right? Like you don't really have anything to go on besides your reputation. And, after year 1, do you find it easier, and are you finding it easier here moving into?
It is, yeah. I think we had a lot of success on and off the field last year, as we are having this year. I think Dom and everybody behind the scenes does such a great job of putting the day-to-day operations together that this atmosphere is fantastic. Our coaching staff and our scouting bureau, everybody's doing. I knew on paper we had a better team. Doesn't always translate to the field, right?
Yeah.
But we were confident that we had a better team. We were very excited about the team. We still are. Obviously, we're very excited about what's happening. To be this above 500 this early was a surprise to me, and I'm super excited about that. So the hope, so it becomes everybody starts to hear about us. Our broadcast is fantastic, which helps people that are checking out the league online. So when you put a whole package together like this, the word gets out and people want to play here. And it's, back to your question, it has been easier. I'm still getting emails. Dom's forwarding me emails every day, 2 or 3 players that are still looking to come. And we can say that, we finished 5th last year. We had the playoffs. Looking at our scores, looking at our record this year, and everything makes it easier. A winning record makes it easier. All this stuff, the stands make it easier. This facility makes it easier. So, it's getting the word is getting out there, and the word about the league's getting out there.
It is for sure. I think tomorrow is your birthday.
Tomorrow is my birthday.
So you can't let anything get by our chat.
Who was that?
Neil and our buddies over at Handlebars Fishing.
The Parkers.
The Parkers are on it. You're not letting anything.
He's got a birthday too. Isn't he? It's his birthday, I think.
Oh, maybe that's why
we share a couple days. Yeah, we're close.
Are you planning to pitch with Fanshawe again? That's what Neil wants to know.
Yeah. So I'm trying to. There is an announcement. Today's Sunday, and I think I can officially announce it tomorrow. So I'm going to have to hold off on that question.
Okay. Judging by this rain delay, we might still be here.
Yeah, I know this cloud is still doing circles or something.
Yeah.
So.
Come back.
I have 1 more year eligibility left.
Okay.
and I have 2 more years in my program.
Okay.
That's what I'll say right now.
Okay.
So.
Well, we'll keep an eye tomorrow then. Keep an eye. I did see Brian Bennett make his way across the field here. I have seen in the chat that still on the north side of town, it's still dry.
Yeah.
So it's one of those weird little clouds dropping on us.
Before I came up here, I checked the radar, and it, like how they have the blue dot for Chatham?
Yeah.
The cloud was behind the blue. You couldn't even see the cloud. It was so small. So that's why I said, it's only 1 minute, right? But it's stuck underneath that blue mark.
Yeah.
We got a couple little spots out there.
I took a video on the way here when I wasn't driving. But I saw a funnel cloud on the way here.
Really?
Yeah, I was coming back up Queen.
Yep.
Just before game time, and the south of the city, there was like cloud, and I'm like, that's a funnel cloud, and it didn't obviously touch down, but I'm like, oh, that's kind of
toward the lake.
A little bit, a little spot was further south, so
hot
that was
and humid
interesting.
today. The rain moving in actually slowed it down a little bit, and I'm going to knock on wood here. Looks like we have that rain letting up here. We'll see. Now, what's the process here?
I think we have to wait half an hour now.
Half an hour.
I think so.
You ready, Ed? We got half an hour.
I'm ready. We're really good at this.
Should we order some beer? Or When's the pizza come? I want to get some pizza.
This pizza's behind you.
What?
You're lucky there's still some
look at
left
that.
because that pizza comes up here and it's devoured.
The vultures are getting at it.
It does. It does. Harry, we won't keep you too long. I appreciate you helping us fill some time
no problem.
here. Congratulations on the success so far. I know we wanted to talk. I don't think we got John last year to the broadcast, but we should do this more often. But.
Absolutely, anytime. Yeah, I don't mind coming up here. I will correct. I did not get drafted by the Blue Jays.
Nope.
So way back in the 1900s.
Okay.
I remember that.
1990. So like Canada was not in the draft. So we were all international free agents technically back then. So on March 5th, 1990, Canada was going into the draft as a nation, let's say. So Toronto kind of did like a coast-to-coast fire sale, whatever you want to call it. So signing a bunch of Canadians. So I signed with the Blue Jays on March 3rd as one of the last Canadian free agent signings.
Oh, okay.
And they came to my house. They spent a day with me, and so up to that point, I was talking to Kansas City. Montreal Expos was still around. They were talking to me. Had never talked to the Blue Jays prior to that. So after my World Junior Championships, the phone started. I had a great World Juniors. And came home, and the phone was ringing off the hook. Like it was quite an exciting time for me and my household at that time. Schools calling me and big professional teams, but the Blue Jays had never talked to me once. They called me the night. I think it was a Friday. They called me and they're like, "Hey, we're coming through town. We'd love to meet with you tomorrow and your family. Can you?" I'm like, "Holy cow!" Like the Blue Jays just told me. Right?
Oh yeah.
So they met. I think we came over Saturday. It might have been a Sunday. My mom would know better, and. They stayed. My mom made them dinner, and we ended up signing that day. And it was tough to say no to the Blue Jays when you're a Blue Jay fan, growing up to watch the Blue Jays. They come knocking on your door, and they offer you some. They offer you some money to sign a piece of paper. I was like, well, yeah, of course I'm going to sign with the Blue Jays.
Can't sign it fast enough at that rate.
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty well. And the MLB draft is tonight too, right?
Yeah, it starts. Yeah.
So that's going on. Well, that's very interesting. I you know what? As you said that, I did know that, but very interesting. Harry Muir, general manager of the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers, joining us here in the rain delay. So now we see some movement from each side of the dugout. Players kind of taking a look around, and looks like the rain has let up. And
the umpires will come out eventually, and then they'll walk the field.
Yeah,
and then they'll make you call again. But I think we'll be fine. Like there's one little puddle here, but I mean,
at what point does Harry need to grab a rake?
That's another, probably before I come out of the bullpen.
Okay.
For sure.
In that order.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. We'll see.
No, we have a great grounds crew here.
They do. They work
the field's fantastic. There's a great view from up here of how good the field is and how smooth it. We do have some puddles over on third and shortstop, but I think we can rake that out with some diamond dry. And
might add too that this field is very used.
Yes, it is.
24 hours a day almost.
Before yesterday there was 2 games, and the crew had to fix the mound because it was in bad shape, and it's amazing. Yeah, they get it done. They're learning. They're learning how to deal with this, and it's fantastic.
Yeah.
Some good ball here in Chatham-Kent with the Barnstormers. Harry Muir, general manager of the Barnstormers. Thanks, Harry.
My pleasure, guys.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
grab some pizza on your way out.
Grab some hits or pizza?
Yeah, grab some pizza.
You can find some hits too.
Throw some beers up this way too, if you don't mind. If we're going to be here a little while.
Thanks, guys. Good luck. Great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Harry. Harry Muir with the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers in the front office as we deal with the rain delay. And here, as we speak, Ed, we get one of the umpires anyway. It looks like. Let's Stephen Gomes is going to come out. He's going to do a look. He's calling over the manager, it looks like, of the Welland Jackfish. They're going to look at the diamond and do a look here, and the rain is let up. There you can see on your screen, that's Gomes there. There's a puddle right there next to the plate. A couple of wet spots there.
He's staring at that one puddle.
Yeah.
That's what he wanted to jump in.
Good to talk to Harry. We catch up with Harry now and then, but good to have him on the broadcast. And ask him some of those
He
questions.
has a wealth of experience in baseball, Intercounty League, London player. I think he was coached in the Badger program. Don't quote me on that. But Badger baseball and Chatham minor baseball have competed against each other for years and years. And Mike Lumley is a Londonite who's been involved in the Badger program for many, many years. And still is in London.
Just checking the chat here as we go. A lot of people saying happy birthday to Harry, which is tomorrow. That's nice. Chad saying some prime ad real estate right behind you. That's true. As we got room right behind us, Ed, we should be throwing up some advertisements. Now there's the pizza. Here it comes. This is nice. Usually what happens, we eat the pizza during a break in the action. We're not going to have a break in the action. I promise you we won't eat while we're on the air, but we're going to grab it now. There you go. Look at compliments of Mike's Place.
There it is.
You want the advertising, we get it.
Yep.
Mike's Place. Get
Open at 4.
All right. Hey, we look at the field here. They are pulling the tarp off. Now, this is going to be a chore, Ed.
Yes.
As that tarp is covered in water.
Got to add that to the practice routine, how to get the water off the tarp.
Well, you don't want it spilling back into the field of play, so they're going to try to do that. Chuck's out there right now. Chuck with the white hair on the right of your screen.
Here comes the rest of the Barnstormers. I think if they all grab a little chunk of that tarp.
This is a neat thing about the IBL. You would never see this in the majors.
Oh, no.
All right, so they're going to pull that water to the middle here. I don't know what the plan is. Chuck's going to get right in the middle of it. Okay. Dan Cadot's in there too. And they're going to try to drag it off the field with it. Oh, we're going to lose it, boys. Well, that's not bad. There you go.
Yeah, it's drained there, and it's sloped back toward the grandstand. So that water will disappear pretty quickly. We hope.
Yeah. No, thanks to Parkers out there on the north side, the right side of town, as they say. We've got some sunshine out there. And now Benny, who's going to hit that's Brian Bennett, who's been involved with Chatham-Kent sports forever. He gets actually, you probably can't see it on the screen there, he's wearing a Chatham Wheels from the old Colonial Hockey League.
Oh, yeah.
Benny was involved in that, so yeah, he's always been around. They got that stay dry out, which they'll clean up some of these puddles. And
Brian's brother Mike was here at the beginning of the game, the manager of the 1978 OBA baseball championship team. Mike has been known to many people in sports in this area for a number of years. Wrote sports for the Chatham Daily News. Still writes sports and community information.
Blenheim Tribune.
Yeah. And his brother Rob, and his dad was Al Bennett. Al Bennett's a Hall of Fame member. He was a goalie for the old Senior Maroons in Chatham. It's a very sports-oriented family in Chatham. The Bennett name is known by most people involved in sports. Steinbrenner, as his nickname is he can just take charge and do things.
So what you're seeing now is some of that stay dry come out in the field. Nice
Interesting stuff.
Yeah, it'll suck it up. Yeah, one of those weird rain clouds that just popped up right over the diamond here.
And a gentle reminder, I know it looks okay, but the concourses are very slippery, so tread lightly.
Yeah, they're going to dump it down the baselines and rake it all out here. That'll soak up a lot of the rain that has fallen here. The mound was good. They did the right thing. Justin Van Horn, the plate umpire.
Right on time.
Yeah, it was coming down pretty good, and, you let it go. We saw this last year. That rain came down. There's Mike Bennett.
Michael C. Come in.
Come on over here. We're going to throw you on here. Oh, jeez. Yeah, grab that headset. This is called a rain delay. We're desperate for guests. We're so desperate, we'll let a Mets fan on.
You got to believe. It's going to clear up. You got to believe.
We're just talking about your brother out there.
I taught him this.
You taught him this?
I learned from Smitty. I learned from the best.
Yep.
Smitty and Rex and the old red Jeep. Mr. Myers knows all about Mr. Smith.
Lloyd Smith was the groundskeeper here for how many years?
Well,
25, 35 years.
Long before I was.
Yeah, no, he lived right in left field at Turner Park.
Yep.
And had a dog named Rex.
Rex.
Followed him everywhere.
Yeah.
And
Rex ruined a lot of back of Jeeps.
Yeah, big German Shepherd.
Yep.
Mike Bennett's up in the booth with us here. Rain delay at the Barnstormers game. Top of third, no score in this one. You've been around local sports here for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
What are you seeing with these Barnstormers? How do you like this?
This is my first game, and I brought the cloud with me.
Oh, great.
The last Intercounty game I saw would have been 1970 with Mr. Myers here on the Chatham-Kent Concretes against the Aurelia Terriers in game 2.
That used to be the playoff series, 2 out of 3s.
Yep, because we won the Thanksgiving weekend up in Aurelia, and I remember the 8th inning where 2 batters in, I'm going, Mr. Myers. He's waving back. No, we've got a game. And I hold up his chest pad. He had gone 2 batters without wearing his chest pad.
And my response to that was my cousin Larry was pitching, and I said that he doesn't throw hard enough to warrant wearing a chest pad. And we got through that.
And the worst part, no one noticed. Not even Larry. I remember Larry doubled over, laughing.
Yeah.
That explains some things.
I still have that chest pad in my basement, by the way.
Yeah,
it was
we bring it
presented
up
to me at a later date.
Yeah, we bring it back. We missed our 50th anniversary with COVID and all that, so hopefully we'll have a 60th.
Yeah, we'll push towards something. That was an old way of doing things. The OBA used to play 2 out of 3 series, and they were regional challenges. I remember that year we played the London Majors, and we won against London 2 games out of 3 at that time, 1970.
Well, I remember as a kid, like I'm, 9, 10, 11, 12, bat boying for you guys, but I can remember you guys playing like the Hamilton Cardinals. You guys used to play all these intercounty teams, and if I remember, didn't you guys often get offered, come on up and join this league?
Well, we had one problem, no lights. And we had negotiated, talked for many times to be part of the Intercounty League. And I don't know when we first had lights, but in the history of baseball in Chatham, it's pretty recent.
Can I just clear something up, though? We had lights in Chatham-Kent. Like we've had hydro for a while.
Hydro, yes.
Okay, I just don't want people to think we're pioneers here. Okay.
Not lights for baseball.
Okay.
No, but they, you couldn't. You can imagine trying to be in a Intercounty League now and have them say, well, I can only play weekend games or I can only play at 2 in the afternoon. It wasn't possible. And so that's why Chatham, the main reason why we were never part of the Intercounty League, because as I have said many times, baseball is not a new sport to Chatham. And they played baseball here in Chatham forever and at this park forever. 1935 and before. And, so, yeah, there's always been baseball played. They used to play rather than have a tournament weekend in the OBA, these were 2 out of 3 tournament, and you just kept advancing. And that's basically how they declared an OBA champion at the time, whereas now it's all tournament based. Moving up every year as more and more kids get scholarships to the States. And colleges start earlier. They've got to get those over by end of July now. Yeah, plus this park's come a long way from our old days of the concretes where we had the grandstand. There's no fences, just the white line. Right. And Alex Franco would sit here at the end, but the 6th, 7th inning, go around that little Export A tin can to collect collection coins. Yeah. And used to have that scoreboard down here, and at the end of the half inning, Rob and I, my brother Rob, we have to go and put what the runs were. That was the scoreboard back then. The hang carts would indicate the score. And that box was heavy. It took 2 of us to carry it all the way back to the clubhouse. No, it's a lot of baseballs were played here, as we said, and congratulations on your winning team from 1978. Well, I still say that you had Bruno Casanova back in your day. We had you. I had you as both a player and as a co-coach, and the fundamentals that you taught these kids back then. My team, 79 team, we didn't really have any superstars, but we were just a good team, good fundamental team that all came from your instruction all those years coming up through minor ball. Just passing it on, what I was taught for people who are intercounty followers. Jack Ferris from London was the first minor baseball supervisor to be hired in the city of Chatham, and he did a great job, followed by Joe Bayshard, another guy who played for the majors. And the Casanova brothers followed after that, and they did a great job with fundamentals and coordinating the minor baseball program in Chatham. And I had the fortune of doing the same thing later on. It was my turn to have a turn at it.
Well, what I remember too as a player, I was a starting catcher in squirt minor, squirt major for practice. Cutoffs, infield practice, I was always a catcher. I used to catch every batting practice. My turn would come up, and you go, oh, just keep your shin pads on. Take a few swings. The rest of the guys be on their bikes heading up Buckingham. I'd have to pick up my own balls. Fortunately, not too many left the infield, so it didn't take me a lot.
I think I used to have to be pitched because all the other guys were gone.
Yeah, and back then, Soup Campbell, I remember, was a coach.
Yep.
And come game time, I had the scorebook. They used guys
versatile, Michael.
Oh, Dave Dewey, Randy Rathwell, those kind of guys.
Yep.
They'd go home with the ball and bat to practice. Soupy gave me the scorebook. Here, watch the Tiger game.
Practice with the Tigers.
Oh, I knew how to do earned run averages before fractions in school.
John Slaughter helped you with those.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But I was just telling some of the guys downstairs too. One of my memories too in that '70, we were playing in Oakville, and we took the old Chatham Mavericks bus down there, and it rained all day. We got there, and if I remember, they put a bunch of sawdust down, gasoline, and they lit the infield on fire. Yep.
The old way of doing things.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
They used to burn the field. I can imagine now that wouldn't happen. Well, they don't have to with the chemicals and that they can put down.
Although that'd be a show.
Oh yeah.
This rain delay would be interesting.
Yeah.
No, I can't believe this. I can't believe how fast all that rain. Like back in the day, well, we'd be done. You guys would be in the clubhouse, and Rob and I'd be going to get you guys Kentucky Fried Chicken, bring it back to you. And
I just got a picture from the house, my house, on the north side. That's sunshine and blue skies over there. They didn't get any rain on the north side.
It's the fair side of the city.
Why don't you move over, move the diamond over to your place?
Yeah, come on over and sit in the backyard.
Slide it over.
Well, crazy rain on Friday night. I heard Unga got hit bad, the golf course and all that. We didn't get a drop of rain at our place.
Yeah, it's very odd. It's what happens in Chatham-Kent.
Summer in the great sunny southwest. Very unpredictable weather patterns. This one sort of sneaked up on us.
Yeah. I got one more good Ed Meyer story, then I'll get out of you guys' hair. We were playing Wallaceburg here on a Sunday afternoon. The old grandstand was packed. We were losing 3-0. Bottom of the ninth, we get the bases loaded. I think 1 out. Mr. Myers is up at plate, right over that right center field fence for a grand slam, walk-off grand slam. Everyone's running out to greet Ed. I had to run and get the ball. We couldn't afford to lose another ball. I missed the celebration, but I got the ball.
Shortage baseballs are those here.
I always knew you as a pitcher, Ed. I didn't know you were as a...
Oh, I played everywhere. I ended up catching. My arm was shot. So
without the chest protection.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't accustomed to the position. They didn't tell me how to put all the equipment together. But I probably played everything in baseball over the many years.
Well, this will be interesting. Mike, we do appreciate you jumping up here.
I just going to say hello. I knew it was going to be...
well, hey, it's the risk you take.
Oh, yeah.
Rain delay coming up.
We've been talking for a long time.
We almost grabbed the pizza delivery guy. We were really pretty desperate there for a while.
Yeah.
Mike Bennett, just a local sports legend. We appreciate it, Mike.
Oh, great, guys. Great to see you. Mr. Myers.
See you, Michael. See you.
One of my favorites. This is him and Eddie Caribou and Gene Jadura. Got me through high school.
Yeah.
This guy, don't take credit for that.
I didn't say I passed.
That's awesome. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. Field is being worked on as we speak. This rain delay. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. They're doing a great job getting things dried up here pretty quickly. Those puddles have dissipated pretty quickly. I do see Teo Ortega, the starting pitcher for the Welland Jackfish, who's out there. Looks like he's trying to stay loose. It's quite the delay, right?
Yeah, that's the problem. Both of them are pitching well. We're sneaking up on the how many hours have we been here? Hour and a half, I guess, at this point in time. So I don't really know how long the delay was, but definitely more than 30, 40 minutes?
Yeah, about that. Harry said, it's usually a 30-minute turnaround to get going. And we had a couple of moments there. We thought the rain was up, and then it would come pouring back down. I admit I didn't know if we were going to be able to get it in because it kept coming down.
Yeah, coming heavy. at one point in time.
They have got it cleaned up, and the crews, there's just volunteers that are out there helping out as much as they can. Now they're raking out the baselines, and they have dried up quite a bit. Mounds being worked on.
Danny Cadot out there, another CKSS guy, and his son around shortstop on the end of the rake.
Good for them, man.
All right, I got Tigers Mariners on the radio.
Yeah.
I can only handle so much Christmas.
So field coming along as we continue. We got Cole Dupuis, who is our producer. He's running around with equipment, and I don't know what that means. I don't know what the equipment is that he's running around with.
I think he's probably down at Mike's having lunch.
Oh, that could very well be it. Thought he'd run over and grab a bite. I know our crew was caught out there in the rain, too, so they're trying to make sure everything's working and we can be ready to bring this game back to you. We are in the top of the third. There is 2 outs, and up to the plate. He hadn't taken a pitch yet. It was Mateo Porcelato, and we have a couple of runners on here with the 2 outs in the inning. And Aiden Ryan had been dealing to this point, and just would get a couple of batters would get away from him, and he had to deal with base runners here every inning so far.
He was throwing really well to that point as well. He got into a couple of small jams.
Yeah.
Walked and hit Mullen second time, and as it had worked out of them, but was throwing really effectively. We were talking to Harry about what 1 year's experience in this Intercounty League does for pitchers. And he was one of the very young pitchers who came from St. Clair College last year, and we got off to a slow start pitching-wise. Lots of walks, lots of hit by pitches, and Aiden's really come along and has pitched really well in the last little bit, and has been pitching well in this game. Hopefully he can stay loose and continue to pitch. He deserved that.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how these starters do with this delay here. I know Ortega's just kind of standing out there at third base right now. I haven't seen Aiden Ryan. Each team has basically hit the field, and they've thrown a couple balls. Robert Mullen is striding around, taking a look at the infield now as we speak. I said I talked to Jason McKay this week, Executive Vice President, General Manager with the Welland Jackfish, and he was talking about what they did just as the pandemic began. A week before the pandemic, they took a trip out west and talked to some players and really started cultivating the IBL out there and making it part of the route for some of these players. And you can see it not only in the Welland team, you see up and down the lineup, Alberta, BC. You see it with the Barnstormers, Robert Mackey, Torrin Vasilonic from out west as well. But across the IBL, this is where it all kind of started.
And you get pockets. We were talking about that last night, where you get maybe one player from BC, and all of a sudden you have 3 or 4.
Yeah. Well, the kid goes home in the off season, right?
Yeah.
Talks about the competition, and you get a chance to play there,
We started talking about the Chatham Maroons having the junior Maroons at one time. I can sort of guess and waltz around how many years in a row that there was a person from Chatham playing for Michigan Wolverines in hockey, because it started with Al Hennigan and Larry Babcock and Ron Korstein and Mel Wakabayashi and Phil Gross and others, Randy Trudeau. Randy one night, the word was, well, if you're from Chatham, we know guys from Chatham, and they get invited to join in. And it seems that's what's happened in the Intercounty League here. You get a connection with a certain community or a certain area of the world, really, now. And you get a little flavor on your team with players from a certain region.
Yeah, and Welland really the pioneers of that. There were players here and there, but really just about every team has got a player or 2 or more that have come from out west, and you're going to see that as this league becomes more and more of a professional style league. And they're saying even next year will be much different. But they did that trip right the week before the pandemic, and then Alberta is big, but there's still a lot of undersized or undermined locations. Like look out east, like that really hasn't been tapped as of yet.
Right. So you wonder too about climate, and how much baseball or hockey. You don't see a lot of hockey players in the NHL from Tennessee and Georgia. They certainly have the franchises, but whatever's common to you, as a youngster, you'll tend to work on your skills and get better, but you just don't know. And there are pockets of baseball around Canada for sure.
Just trying to see. I don't know if we have a view. Do we have a view of the bullpen for the Jackfish? Can we see that?
I can see a pitcher.
Yeah, I was wondering if that was Ortega warming up down there.
Anybody see what number he has? Like, is it 20?
So he was warming up, Ed, with a softball, and now looks like a weighted ball.
Can't really see, but it looks like him in stature.
Yeah. Yeah, we got it there. Oh, there you go. There's a look at it. I'm not sure if we can see
that him?
Around. Greg Marco is catching the bullpen there, the catcher. Let's see if we can see him turn around. I don't know if that's Ortega or not. Well, there you go. Thanks, guys.
Throw the ball over his head.
That is Ortega, yes.
Okay.
So, yeah, he was warming up. There you see, up along the fence, that yellow ball. That's a softball. He was in there. He's grabbing it right now. Softball, and then he used the weighted ball, and, yeah, trying to stay warm. He will be back on the mound. Well, scheduled to be back on the mound anyway. We'll see what happens. Once this rain delay lets up, we got 2 outs here in the top of the third still, and the Jackfish are still batting. Good work, guys, getting that shot down.
I don't see anybody throwing on the Barnstormers side.
No.
Don't see any movement.
Aiden Ryan was on the mound. He had a deal. He was out there when the rain came, and he was dealing with that. Wonder if the rain had anything to do with the slip of the hitting Robert Mullen. He also gave up a
couple of walks
too.
In there, yeah.
So.
Yeah, looked like it was getting slippery. I was just guessing. It's hard to hang on to the ball when it's when your hand is wet and so is the ball, and I've got your footing issue.
Yeah, and it becomes a little bit of a mind game too. You have to deal with that. And they hustled off Justin Van Horn, the home plate umpire. I haven't seen him return yet, but obviously they're going to try to get this game rolling here shortly. And a little cloud still out there over center field, but it looks like it's blowing over, and we should be fine to go at some point. I really want to take the blame for this, Ed. It never fails. If I'm in the booth for the game, it's an extended night.
Well, the one last year that you alluded to a little earlier, that just came around the corner, and it looked like a few drops, and within 5 minutes, we were rained out.
Yeah, and we talk about saving the field, right? Like, they couldn't even get the tarp down before we lost the mound in the home plate area, and at that point,
it was done.
Yeah, it was pretty much over. And then we all had to stick around because we couldn't leave. We were all huddled up underneath this awning here, and turned into a bit of a karaoke night.
They're playing the music, and had a bunch of kids dancing, and they're having a wonderful time.
Yeah, it looks like we're good to go. You see a couple of Barnstormers and a couple of Jackfish kind of stroll out and just kind of get a footing on what the field feels like underneath of them. There's Robert Mullen is pacing back and forth down the third base line. He's gesturing over to the Barnstormers dugout. Mullen's looking at, he's tapping his wrist like, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's get this game going.
It's fourth game in 4 nights for the for Welland.
Yeah, and they've got that drive home still too. They want to get this over with. They play again Tuesdays. They really only have tomorrow off.
Well, you better be prepared to give up your weekends and a lot of free time if you play in this Intercounty League, because it's feast or famine. You're going to be playing 3-4 days a week, and being that I think the only day of the week that they do not have home games is Monday, maybe Monday and Wednesday, but Monday for sure. And any other than that, you play, and sort of the way it's been.
Couple comments in the chat here. Always thought of Fergie Jenkins Field as a little Wrigley of the IBL. Loved the brick behind home plate. That's certainly unique, and we've seen it come into play a couple of times.
That was Jason Chakowski's idea of a ballpark. I remember discussing that with him at the time. He loved the brick look in the backstop.
President of Chatham Minor Baseball.
Yes, still is. Yeah, been involved in minor baseball most of his life.
Deputy Police Chief, is that right?
I believe that's correct. Done a lot in Chatham for baseball, and still growing. It's growing every year.
You see Grayson Barrett, who had just walked. He was the last batter to face Ryan, and he's now strolling down to first. Looked like he's ready to go. He's going to talk with a couple Barnstormers. Aiden Ryan is back on the field. That's who he's approaching now.
Guys all probably sort of know each other from afar. One thing I've noticed in all the games, there's not a whole lot of nattering between the teams.
No, it's pretty respectful.
Something I can't stand.
No.
You're entitled to a reaction on a close play or whatever, but the nattering back and forth, it doesn't belong in the game.
And I wonder too, Ed, if we get into a playoff series, playoffs were kind of a 3-and-out for the Barnstormers last year, but you get into a series that goes the distance, we might see some of that, a little heated and some rivalries. We haven't seen that yet, but
no, the nattering that I've seen over the last couple of years is just nattering. It has nothing to do with close play on the field or anything. It's just guys natter at each other. They chirp, and I'd like to see that disappear. These guys have a great deal of respect for each other, and as I say, I'm sure they run into each other here and there and along the line,
So
different circumstances.
Gil Rondone's coming out. Brian Essery is on the field. Stephen Gomes, the first base umpire tonight. Seth Strong's kind of in there too, introducing himself, but obviously talk to the managers, make sure the field is fit to play, and it's good to go. A couple comments. Yeah, what's the score here? Well, it's no score. We're top of the third. There's a couple runners on, 2 outs in the inning, and no count to the batter, who will be Porcelletto, as long as nothing happened during the rain delay. He's scheduled up here with 2 runners on in the top of the third. We were chugging along. 2 hits for the Jackfish, 1 for the Barnstormers, just 1 error towards Welland. And, top of the third, and we're still waiting for something to go on offensively. Chad says lots of nice fields in the county. Chatham-Kent County. Oh, sure is, yeah. Merlin Hall Diamond, that's one of the best. That's the home of my only softball home run, is at that Merlin Diamond.
Merlin has been a hotbed of softball, fastball for many, many years. I used to drive out there in the 50s and 60s and watch the Merlin Legionnaires light it up, and they always had strong teams out there.
This field is at the corner of Tweedsmuir and Queen in Chatham, if you're watching from outside of CK. And just down at the other end of the block, there's Turner Field, which is a great field. And then you've got the Girls Minor Softball Diamonds a little further down. There's actually 4 diamonds here within 2-3 city blocks.
Soccer field in right field and an arena between them all.
Well, I guess we got to remember that not everybody's watching that has been here. So we thank you for tuning in, whatever you're doing on the YouTube this afternoon. It's been a rain delay, and I feel like it's got to be over here at some point. Barnstormers are out in the field. They look like they're ready to get going. Shinoda's got his gear ready to go.
We need a pitcher.
Yeah.
Nobody's warmed up yet.
Well, that's what I was wondering, if Aiden was going to get on the mound and start getting some
maybe
pitches
warm up
in.
on the mound. I don't know whether.
Well, we saw Ortega. He was warming up in the bullpen. I don't think Ryan went out to the Barnstormers. There's Aiden. He's now got a ball in his hand and striding with some purpose, going out with Colin Goodrow.
I think he's going to the bullpen. It looks he's headed that way.
Or is he? Looks like he's going to go out to the outfield and throw a ball with Shinoda, his catcher. He'll stay in the game. Top of the third, and we've still got the field getting raked out. There's Oda. See some of the Barnstormers get back to their positions. We just haven't got the official nod as to when we get going.
Yeah, we've had zero information as we sit here talking about everything and nothing sometimes.
You were talking with Mike Bennett. I had a chance to get a couple bites of pizza, and it's still sitting there staring at me. I don't want to be chomping in everyone's ear.
Mine is still frozen in time, sitting here looking at me.
If you want to go ahead and eat it, we'll stall while we can. Yeah, everybody's kind of just hanging around right now. We wait.
Sort of looking at each other.
You know what? They say we can go to a break, Ed.
That would be good.
Yeah, 40 minutes. Take a break, guys. We'll be back. More Barnstormers TV. We'll see what's going on with this rain delay. It's brought to you by Kent Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider.
Baseball is filled with ups and downs. Maybe that's what makes it so great. The long grind, the off-season, battling through injuries, hitting slumps, rain delays, and bad calls. The hard 90 way is never giving up, going 0 for 3, then getting the game-winning hit in the championship game. This is why we grind. You need gear that battles through with you, gear that's as tough as you and won't let you down. It's time to go all in.
Hard 90.
My name is Spencer Marcus, outfielder for the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers from Chatham, Ontario. The community support has been amazing for baseball. Everybody coming together. You never really thought of this town as a baseball town, more of a hockey town. I remember when I found out that Kent Essex Mutual Insurance wanted to do an interview about a hometown hero. I never thought somebody would look at just a baseball player like that. It takes a lot of support to make this team a success, and the Barnstormers wouldn't be where they are today without help from sponsors like Kent Essex Mutual Insurance.
Barnstormers TV back at Fergie Jenkins Field, still in the midst of a rain delay. The umpires have returned to the diamond now, and looks like they are getting the thumbs up from the ground crew. Barnstormers TV is presented by Kent Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider. Ed has taken a quick run to the, I don't know, Ed went somewhere, but we'll get a break in for him while we can. We've had a long rain delay here. The rain just opened up, really, just a cloud over top of just this field, and getting messages from across Chatham-Kent where it's nothing but sunshine. So we're doing our best to get things cleaned up, ready to go. Umpires have taken a walk around. Looks like they're happy with what they see. The coaching staffs have both did the same as well. It looks like we give them the thumbs up, and those should be ready to go. Lots of conversation happening on the field. You got Robert Mullen kind of in the midst of a handful of Chatham-Kent Barnstormers over in front of their dugout. So it'll be 2 on, 2 outs, and no score, and the Barnstormers are going to hit the field. We are looking like we're ready for some more baseball here. And that's going to get a round of applause, and rightfully so, to the Barnstormers volunteers that have gotten the Fergie Jenkins field cleaned up and good enough to play some baseball. And just kind of got a thumbs up from Stephen Gomes. The umpire said, great job, guys. Shinoda will get back in behind the plate. Aiden Ryan's going to throw a couple of balls. The infield's going to throw the ball around just to loosen up once again. Jackfish had been on the field for a couple minutes himself, so they've been doing the same thing. So break it down where we're at once again. Top of 3, no score in the game. 2 hits already for the Jackfish. They've got an error. Barnstormers just a single hit off the stick of Seth Strong. Inning started off with Gio Morello thrown out by the shortstop. Boucher got on with a walk, was caught stealing, was pinned over at second. Mullen hit by a pitch. He advanced in a wild pitch, and then Grayson Barrett had just walked. Striding to the plate was Matteo Porcelletto, and then the rain came down, and they sent him off the field. So Porcelletto will be the batter. It'll be an 0-0 count. And Aiden Ryan will have a couple of runners on with 2 outs in the inning. Yeah, Matt on the chat, shout out to the ground crew for sure. And we saw, shout out to the ground crew and those players too. And you know, it's kind of the home team's job to make sure that the mound and the home plate area get covered, and they hustled out there, and they didn't take any time to do that. And then they came out and helped peel it off the diamond, and then volunteers took over by putting that stay dry out in the field and raking it out. Aiden says, hey, we're good to go. Porcelletto will be the batter. He strides to the plate in the midst of a 20-base streak, or a 20-game streak of being on base. They were ready for some baseball as the runners head back to their position on the diamond. It'll be Mullen at second, Barrett over at first, the batter, Porcelletto. After that rain delay, and we are back Christmas in July here at Fergie Jenkins Field. Ned Myers returns to the booth with us here. Welcome back, Ed. That heat came back, eh? That heat's picking up. It was, it had cooled off when that rain came in, and it was actually quite comfortable. And then
it's balmy again. Yep.
Porcelletto the batter. No count on him. 2 outs in the inning, and we're back playing some baseball at Fergie Jenkins Field. Porcelletto chopped the first one towards Sillett, smothers it, but knocks it down. Can't get it to first in time. Now they got to hustle to keep the runners where they're at. That was just an in-between hit for Sillett. In between bounce, and it's going to be an infield single.
Very similar to the first play of the game.
Mm-hmm. So that'll be an infield single, and the bases are juiced. And Josh Marchese, the first baseman tonight, will come to bat.
Now number 34, Josh Marchese.
Porcelletto didn't waste any time swinging at the first pitch and was chopping it down the line. That rain and the raking wiped out the foul line there, and the umpires.
Yeah, everything's out there.
Using their best discretion. Ryan comes out of the break, throwing well, an off-speed pitch, gets him swinging over top of it. Chokes up in that bat in the left-handed box. Base is juiced. We had a grand slam home run last night by Jomer Hernandez, the catcher, who's off to a great start with the Cardinals. Ryan has it slip out, and it's 1-1.
Is Ryan Warren number 15 the whole year? Or did he switch numbers?
Oh, he's been 15.
Okay, I just had this discussion on the way back up. Saying that should be Louis. I said, well, I don't think he's number 15. But,
Louis is 18.
Okay.
I'll tell you, though, these jerseys are not as easy to read, these Christmas jerseys that they're wearing.
No. They got gold numbers.
Some tinsel on there.
It's not clear. Bifocals get challenged.
1-2 the count with the bases juiced. Top of 3. Fresh off a rain delay. Ryan sets and deals. And that one drifts inside. 2-2 the count.
Lunch must be over.
Yeah. And that one doesn't catch the zone. Justin Van Horn, the plate umpire. So now the count will go full, and Ryan will take a stroll behind the mound, compose himself, tuck the shirt in once again, and dig back into the rubber. Crowd stuck around. Full count, bases juice. Top of 3. No score. And you lose him inside. Marchese will walk in a run. And it's 1-0. The Jackfish will open the scoring. A couple of walks in the inning. 3 of them. One was erased on a caught stealing, and now Brandon Luther, the all-star infielder. Shortstop today. Luther, left-handed batter. Vasilanic, the second baseman, plays out there the outfield grass right on the cut line. He'll start him with a strike. Ryan's throwing a lot of pitches, 72 through 3 now.
I think it was a big rest in between. I'm not sure if we have an official delay.
Strike on the outside. Up to 10 pitches after the break. He had 64 before, so by my math, 74
It's 105.
Yeah. 0-2 the count, bases stay juiced, 2 outs of the inning. Luther, the batter, inside. Oda gets over quickly to his right to knock it down, and the runners stay where they're at. Yushin catching today. Mitsuki Fukuda, DH last night, not in the lineup tonight. Fukuda was actually a Jackfish at one point. To think of that combo, they have Mullen, the catcher, they had Fukuda. Just a couple of bevy of riches back there behind the plate. Ryan looks back, and now he deals. Luther rolls one over to second. Vasilanic surrounds it, gets him at first. Out of the inning. Damage done, though. Walks in a run. And a rain delay, and one of the longest top of the innings we have seen in the IBL this season. It's 1-0 Jackfish. Back with more Barnstormers TV from Fergie Jenkins Field.
Still selling critical illness insurance. Still selling retirement savings plans. Still selling group benefit plans. Still selling life insurance. Still selling disability insurance.
Are you selling insurance? Not today. Play ball.
Flip into the best summer ever at Great Lakes Gymnastics. Our PA Day, March break, and summer camps are packed with gymnastics, games, crafts, and nonstop fun, all in a safe, state-of-the-art facility. Spots are filling fast, so register today.
It's us again. Enyo Pest Advisors, 226-627-4944. Enyo, bigger than bugs.
Attention business owners and marketers. Imagine your brand in front of a live, engaged audience, right here, right now. This space is the perfect opportunity to showcase your product, service, or message to viewers in real time. Whether you're looking to boost sales, build awareness, or grow your audience, we've got you covered. Don't wait. Secure your spot today.
Barnstormers TV, we'll take a look around the IBL on a Sunday afternoon. The London Majors come back. They've scored 6 to go up on the Maple Leafs at Christie Pitts. A 8-3 score. Hamilton has been just hot here as of late. We saw that lineup last night, 6-1 over Brantford. Welland just scoring with a bases loaded walk, and the Barry Bay Cats will be in Kitchener later today. Top 3 now in the books. It's 1-0 for the Welland Jackfish, and the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers will come to bat. Owen Constantino will get his first swings in, and then we'll turn it back to the top of the order. Teo Ortega has 24 pitches through 2 innings, 20 strikes, 4 balls.
Well, that's being around the plate.
Fills the zone.
Yeah.
And that's, you go back to last night, I think there's about 200 pitches, and it was 50-50 balls to strikes for the Barnstormers. Constantino swings away at the first pitch. He'll drive it to left, and Boucher there. And he's underneath of it. Constantino throws his head back, got a good swing off, and couldn't get it to drop. Spencer Marcus, leadoff batter now. Fouled out in the first pitch he saw to the catcher.
Bit of action out there in the Barnstormer bullpen. I'm not sure who is throwing out there.
Yeah, we talked about Aiden Ryan's 75, 76 pitches now in the book, so this may be a short one. Ortega kicks and deals to the leadoff batter. Side, 1-1. Let's go Jackfish from Hungary. Well, that's a distance. Thanks, Thomas, for tuning in. Spencer Marcus thrings through strike 2. One run, 3 hits, and an error for the Jackfish. No runs, 1 hit, no errors for the Barnstormers. And Marcus stings one to center. That's gonna go! That's some barn ball. Spencer Marcus puts the Barnstormers on the board when he shoots one to right field, and it's tied at 1.
It's been a long time since the Barnstormers have had something to cheer about. They've been sitting on their heads for it's about 3 games.
3 games for sure. Yeah. Spencer Marcus, he needed that too. He's been slumping here as of late, back in the leadoff spot today, and he pokes one out to right. The center fielder just stopped and watched it go. Marcello, nothing he could do about that one. The Barnstormers and the Jackfish now scoring each in the 3rd inning, and we're tied at 1. Spencer Moore in the batter. That's number 2 in the lineup tonight. Right fielder. I talked to Spencer in the dugout prior to the game tonight, as he had a play in right field last night where he looked like he had settled on it and then had to run like 40 feet and still lost it.
On a sprint.
Yeah. I said, what's that wind doing out there in right field? And he said, your guess is as good as mine. And now he's going to put one to the right side. It's Marchese to Ortega. They hustle to the bag, and he'll get him. Good work covering by Ortega. Marchese swallowed that up, and a little underhand toss to his pitcher there to cover. Yoshinoda, just a step. Nice work in the replay, guys. Each team putting up a crooked number in the 3rd after the rain delay. Ortega drops one just off the outside corner. Yoshinoda, the catcher this afternoon. Pops one to center. That's drifting back. Morello's got a long way to go, and it's going to be Boucher. Will cut in front of him, and he'll swallow it up out of the inning. But Spencer Marcus, will pop one out, and the Barnstormers are tied with the Welland Jackfish through 3 innings. Top 4 coming up. Barnstormers TV, presented by Kent Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider. Hey Barnstormer fans, want to win a $50 gas card just for cheering on your favorite team? Grab your phone right now and snap a selfie of you and your family and friends watching Barnstormers TV. Follow and tag at CK Barnstormers and Kent Essex Mutual Insurance at KE Mutual on Instagram. You need both tags and follows to qualify for the selfie contest. At CK Barnstormers and at KE Mutual. Share your selfie before the end of the game for a chance to win a $50 gas card.
My name is Spencer Marcus, outfielder for the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers from Chatham, Ontario. The community support has been amazing for baseball. Everybody coming together. You never really thought of this town as a baseball town, more of a hockey town. I remember when I found out that Kent Essex Mutual Insurance wanted to do an interview about a hometown hero. I never thought somebody would look at just a baseball player like that. It takes a lot of support to make this team a success, and the Barnstormers wouldn't be where they are today without help from sponsors like Kent Essex Mutual Insurance.
The Chatham Barnstormers have multiple summer camp opportunities available. Chatham's week-long summer camp from July 7th to 11th. Leamington's week-long summer camp from July 14th to the 18th. Then we head back to Chatham from July 21st to 25th. Wallaceburg's summer camp between July 28th and August 1st. And finally, Dresden's summer camp between August 4th and the 8th. Contact us today at the email on screen.
Barnstormers TV, top of 4 now. And the 9th hitter, Brandon Hoope, will be the batter. The last one in vote to the IBL All-Star Classic is underway. It's coming up July 20th in Hamilton, and the voting is open until midnight tomorrow night at the IBL.ca. And Brandon Hoope is the nominee for the Jackfish, and the Barnstormers nominee is Aiden Ryan, who we told you prior to the rain delay. And Aiden is now leading in that vote. So Jackfish fans, Barnstormer fans, you got some work to do. If you want to vote your guy in, you got to get online to the IBL.ca. They're going to announce that winner on Tuesday, but the voting is open until midnight tomorrow. Looks like a broken bat shot up the middle. Marcus hustling to it. He'll close the gap, but he's got it. Hit that off the end of the bat. We'll see if that bat's going to make it, as Yoshinoda is also checking it over there. Marcus closing quickly. 1 out in the inning. Jonah Weisner now will be the batter.
Spencer gets a good jump on that ball because it looked like he hit it solidly, but probably hit on the end of the bat.
So the IBL All-Star Game, the way the week will work, tomorrow the coaching staffs will be announced. Tuesday they'll announce the last player in, and that voting, as we said, goes to midnight tomorrow. Strike on the inside corner. The IBL.ca. And then on Wednesday, the Home Run Derby participants are added. I don't know about you, I've heard some names, but I have been told that I'll have my tongue cut off if I say anything.
I heard the same information. Nobody told me that I couldn't say anything.
Well, I don't know why anyone tells us anything. It's like the worst idea ever. The last ones you want to tell.
Be our little secret, right?
Weisner just misses a foot inside the line. He shot one down the right side in the first, ended up with a double. The IBL.ca, get your tickets. You can check out the All-Star Game and the Home Run Derby coming up on the 20th. It's a week from today. Weisner leads the IBLs in runs scored. He's got 33. Evens up the count 2-2. One of those hustle heart players right at the top of the lineup for the Jackfish. A 25-year-old second season from Mershon, British Columbia. Well, they thought they might have had him there, and the count's going to go full once again. Ryan gets a sign. And short hops the batter. And he doesn't look too happy from losing another one. He's been ahead in the count a couple of times tonight. believe that's his 5th walk of the afternoon. Fifth walk of the afternoon, Ed. Teo Ortega has 4 all season.
Yeah.
It's just
well, that's the difference in experience, obviously, there.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully one day Ryan will be there. He's improving rapidly as a starter.
Yeah, not a knock on him.
No, it's the experience factor. And
yeah.
Oh.
Good work by Oda to get up there quickly. Just caught that in the webbing. Gio Morello now the batter. That's from the left side. He's got 1 out in the inning. And Weisner down at first. We're not sure for how long. Sillett holds him on, although the Barnstormer catchers have been deadly with attempted steals. Morello good with the bat. Maybe get something going here. Tie score at 1. And again, all slipping out of his hands. We had the rain to deal with earlier. Now you're dealing with sweat, too. It's steaming up once again.
Man.
Hayden keeps wiping his brow on his arm, and he's throwing a lot of pitches now. 2-0 the count, 1 out in the inning. Weisner over at first. Another ball high. .86 pitches in the book.
Standing up.
Is that fatigue?
Legs.
Yeah. Four-pitch walk. He's got 6 now in the game, and now a couple runners on, and keep an eye. And yeah, Gil Rondon will stride to the mound. See if his afternoon is over.
Think of all the uniforms that Gil has worn in his years, and he's got a Christmas shirt on.
I wonder if he's ever worn anything crazier.
The thought just struck me as I watched him going out to the mound.
I'm sure he's seen some funny things. Gil doing most of the talking here. Aiden's having a good listen, and he's going to keep him in.
I think we were pretty short in relief pitching right now with the game last night and Friday night as well in Hamilton. Even though we didn't need relief on Friday night, we did last night.
Batter here will be Boucher, the left fielder. He was walked last inning in the 3rd and was thrown out, which seems like hours ago, and actually was with the rain delay. Just as that rain started coming down, he was on first, trying to steal second. Starts him with a strike. He's gotten ahead in the count. That hasn't been the problem. It's been finishing these batters off. Looks back over his shoulder. Couple runners on here again. They've been on every inning, and that one well outside, and Oda threatens to throw down.
He almost left Goodwin at second base there. I think there was a little confusion as to whether they were going to throw to second base, and Goodwin broke her second base, and he went to the plate, which isn't good. You vacated your shortstop position.
Ryan Law look back to the plate. Inside will catch the corner, 1-2. Randy's a Fish fan, but says that we're his second favorite announcer duo.
Good.
Somebody likes us, Ed.
Merry Christmas to him.
Yeah, that's all right. We'll take that. Thanks, Randy. Appreciate you tuning in here this afternoon. I know Welland fans will certainly be behind their team. The best in the IBL so far this season on a 6-game winning streak. First overall, 20-6 on the year. 4 games up on London. London's up on Toronto. So they want to keep it that way. We're going to get the win this afternoon. Batting .314 as a team, which is number 1. Pitching at a .337 ERA, which is also number 1. If you do that, you're going to be up near the top of the standings. Off-speed pitch. Oda had that bounce in front of him. The runners will advance with 2 outs. one out with the full count, I should say. So now base open. And Mullen waiting on deck.
It's like a videotape replay. It's be the third time if he were to walk. He's been up in that situation.
How many full counts have we seen already this afternoon? Ryan steps off. And that's not going to get rung up. Van Horn not giving him the pitch. Another walk. So that'll be the afternoon here, looks like. Well, maybe not. Saw some movement. Mitsuki Fukuda was hustling down the line. Looks like he was doing some catching in the bullpen, but he's going to come back to the dugout now.
Probably check and see if the pitcher's ready. The communication between the bullpen and the first base dugout is not great.
And a ball outside, the home run and RBI leader in the IBL. It's Robert Mullen. There you see his numbers coming into the game. Mullen is the run that scored tonight so far. Came around on a walk with the bases loaded. We're in that similar position here. And now Oda off the glove. They're going to hustle home. Ryan covers, and he's going to slide underneath. Weisner, good hustle to get underneath of that one. A pass ball as Oda couldn't knock that down. The runners will advance in the base pass. They're now at second and third. One and one the count with one out. And Ryan battling here in the top of the fourth. And that one short of the plate again, 2-1. Barnstormers just got on the board in the bottom half of the inning after the Jackfish scored a run after the rain delay. Three-1 the count now.
It's safe to say that I think Ryan has lost the plate.
Outside, he'll walk another one. Bases juiced once again.
2 walks and a hit by pitch for Mullen.
And Grayson Barrett now will stride to the plate. Bases loaded once again. We were trucking along there prior to the rain delay, Ed.
Sort of ground to a halt right now. Interesting that the Panda looks like he would go home with the ground ball, and first baseman is playing behind the runner. Having real problems throwing strikes. How many pitches is that, Dan? 100 pitches. 3 in the third innings, that's a lot of pitches.
Came out of the pen to start the game, was throwing strikes and just couldn't finish batters off, and slowly deteriorated here after the rain delay. 2-0 the count with the bases loaded, nowhere to put him. There at the DH is struck out and has walked and ended up at third. 2-1 the score here, looking for a ground ball, maybe turn 2. 2-1, gets the call in the inside corner. Strike 2. Barnstormers fans, you can hear a pin drop in here, Ed.
Yep, they get that way.
They do get that way.
Yeah.
They get loud, and then they know a tense moment. They're buttoned up pretty tight. Trying to cheer on Aiden Ryan, over 100 pitches now. And that one fouled back. Jackfish batters hadn't been in swing mode here. Nothing had been close to the plate. Got a couple around it now, and Barrett with the bases loaded. Left-handed batter Ryan with the bases juiced. 1 out in the inning. Fouled straight back.
Got 7 walks and a hit by a pitch so far.
Digs back in, 2-2 the count. Outfield playing straight up. Strong in at third. And that'll be fouled at the plate. And that one's off the foot. He's going to walk that off. Justin Van Horn with a new supply of balls, and give Barrett a couple of minutes to get the bees out of the foot there. He'll dig back in with the bases juice, top of 4. 2-1 Jackfish. They've scored here in the inning. And a ball high. Danger of losing another one and possibly walking him in, as Ryan is laboring now. Like you said, Ed, would love to get him out of this inning and save some outs for the bullpen, but they might have no choice. Here comes Ryan to the plate. 1 out in the inning, and that's well outside. He'll walk in another one. And Gill will make the stride out, and that'll be the night for Aiden Ryan. And some promise off the start, but wasn't able to finish it off this afternoon. 52 strikes, 55 balls, 107 pitches on the afternoon. And his afternoon's done with 3 1/3 innings. .3-1 Jackfish. He's only allowed 3 hits.
9 walks and a hit by pitch.
I think it's 10 walks.
Is it 10?
Yeah.
I told him again.
That's what our statistician's telling me anyway. And a hit batsman, you're right. 3 runs, all earned.
Yep, 10 walks.
Yeah, that's a tough afternoon. That was the situation last year, and that was what they fell into last night too. Just couldn't find the plate. You get some patient teams up there, and they're going to make you throw some pitches. Brock Whitson is the batter now, or the pitcher, I should say. He's in and out of the bullpen. And he doesn't come into a comfortable situation. Bases loaded, and he's going to face Hortolato, the third baseman. This call to the bullpen is brought to you by Main Street Credit Union, where your financial future is always in good hands. Just like this new arm coming into the game, banking that is invested in you. Whitson's good to go. Bases loaded. 1 out in the inning. 3-1 the score. Couple runs in already in the inning. We had we calculate that rain delay. 30 minutes, 35 minutes? Longer, 40, 45 minutes?
I would say more to the 45.
2 hours? What do we say, guys? It felt like
Do
it.
I hear 3?
Yeah. Porcelado, the batter here. Looking to drive in a couple more runners. Whitson gets his sign. Into the dirt. Shinoda's going to go chasing. Porcelado 1-0 the count. Ace is loaded. Whitson rears back, chucks one outside. Inside, falls behind, 3-0 out of the pen, can't throw strikes. Got nowhere to put him. Marchese, who walked in a run earlier, is on deck. Porcelado, will he be swinging away here, Ed? 3-0?
Might be. Whoops.
Outside corner.
They've had a lot of balls in the last 4 or 5 hitters, and they're just sort of waiting for them to, Barnstormer pitchers to come to them with a strike.
Yeah, don't help him out. Kicks and deals. Porcelado swinging away, and that's poked to the left side. Giving chase is Haggett, but that's out of play.
At the end of the summer, Haggett is going to become quite familiar with that sprint across the left field fence here.
Another full count pitch. This one from Brock Whitson now, his first batter. One out in the inning. Porcelado, the third baseman this afternoon. And swings away at that one, protects, and that one back towards Tweedsmuir. Crowd trying to get the Barnstormers something going here. It's been a long inning. It's been a long break since the delay. And Whitson jams him inside. That'll break the bat. And another foul ball, and he'll go get another piece of lumber. Someone's got to have a bat down there. He'll find one. Now the fans are going to give him.
The roasts are done, right?
Yeah, it's Sunday dinner tonight, guys. I think purposely he slowed his walk back, too. Yeah, why not? Bases loaded, full count. Whitson out there waiting. Barnstormer fans giving him up for. Only 3 hits so far for the Jackfish. They're up by 2. Whitson on the mound. And now that one to center. Marcus going back, way back and gone. Another grand slam home run. This one to straightaway center. Whoever bat that is, you want to hold on to that one. Porcelado with a dinger. And it's blown open, 7-1. Six runs in the inning. Same thing from last night, Ed. It was 3-1.
Yep.
A grand slam made it 7-1, and it ended up a 12-1 loss for the Barnstormers.
You know, it's the old adage in baseball. When you're always behind the batter, you got to come to the batter, and that's exactly what happened there.
Yeah, nowhere to put him there. Porcelado went and got a new bat, came back in and crushes it over the head of Spencer Marcus, and it's 7-1. An inning after the Barnstormers tied up the score at 1.
Yep.
Here we are. And now this time Marchese to right field. Is that going to have enough? All the way to the wall, and it is gone too. Back-to-back bombs. And the Jackfish open up a 7-run lead. Six earned runs total now for Aiden Ryan. His night is officially over. Tough afternoon for him.
Really be tough when you think of how that affects an ERA.
Yeah. Came
In
into the
season.
game at 284.
And it's going to balloon that. As I remind people, if you're figuring an ERA, it's the number of earned runs you give out per inning times 9. So it's going to be a big factor.
Short of 18 if my math is correct tonight. Now Whitson puts one all the way back on the screen. Let's see, he's frustrated after giving up back-to-back bombs. Tough position for him to come into the game, too. He comes in, 1 out, nowhere to put the batter, and he's given up a grand slam and back-to-back, and now a shot up the middle from Luther. And the hits just keep coming. They'll bat around here in the top of the 4th.
There goes the scorebook again.
Yeah. Brandon Lupe, who started off the inning, seemed about 25 minutes ago with a pop to right field. Lupe's got the only out in the inning. Well, it's good for beer sales. That's.
Yeah, they keep coming in with a couple of brews here and there.
Couple of back-to-back rough nights. Barnstormers losing on Friday 2-0 in Hamilton. Last night 12-1, and now it's 8-1. Barnstormers just once previously in the season had lost 2 in a row, and they're in danger already here. Lots of game to be played still, but let's start getting some outs.
Big danger you run here is the inactivity of the fielders. They've been standing out there a long time. It takes their psyche out of the game.
Well, that's something we had talked about going back to last year, and this is a situation last year. But pitchers couldn't find the plates, the walks, and then it just lead to errors. Beginning of the season, this wasn't the case. And here in the last few games, that's really been the downfall of the Barnstormers. See if they can get it back once again. 3-0 the count. Winston having a hard time finding the zone. Luther gets a lead off of first. Hoope the batter. And he's going to walk another one. And Gil Rondon will have to make another long walk out to the mound. 3rd visit to the mound this inning.
Looks like Moran out there throwing, number 2.
Cat pitched last night. Warming up again now.
Some people gathering up their stuff.
Wisner, the leadoff batter, come to the plate, came around to score on the wild pitch earlier in the inning.
Leave him in. I know Gil had talked earlier about with young pitchers, rather than taking them out in tough situations, leave them in to get through the tough situation. But that only works to a point. Where you start losing your confidence totally. And
starts with the ball outside.
he just moved back into the booth here. You can feel the humidity.
You mean the
picking up.
microwave here, yeah.
Oh, man.
1-1 count, 1 out in the inning. Wisner, leadoff batter. They batted around now. He's going to swing through one. I want to say that's just the second or third swinging strike in the inning. It's been few and far between. They haven't been close.
Yeah, they've been standing with the bat on their shoulder and being walked or hit by pitch.
I believe that's 11 walks in the game now. We're not through 4 yet. Checks the swing inside, doesn't get the cowl. 2-2.
It's a lot of walks for a game.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I've been party to that many walks in one game.
Whitson to the plate. Wisner, that was an off-speed pitch. Swings through it. Well, after the rain delay, currently it's 29 Celsius. That feels like 39.
That's hot, right?
Yeah, it's hot. I'm complaining about how hot it's up here. We're sitting here in the booth, and obviously they're working their tails off down there. It's not an easy situation to work in. Wisner the batter. 2-2 the count, 1 out in the inning. Couple runners on. And he'll get the strikeout on the outside corner. We'll take that. Strikeout brought to you by Scott Curry, TD Wealth Financial Planner. Whether you are planning for retirement or starting a new business, Scott is here to help guide you every step of the way. Whitson's first strikeout of the afternoon. And he'll get the leadoff batter looking. Gio Morello, the center fielder, doesn't get any easier here for Whitson. 7 runs in. And a big 8-1 lead for the first place Jackfish. As Teo Ortega, I should say, is still in the dugout.
It's a long break in between pitches, plus the rain delay.
Nobody warming in their bullpen, so he's set to come back out. He's at a 5-1 count for strikes to balls this afternoon, so he's been moving along. Inside call, gets the strike, 1-1 to Morello. Gio digs back in, a left-hander batter's box. Pull him slightly around a pull. Goodwin in behind the runner at short. Will dance back into the position there. That one sliced to left. Haggith has got a long run. It's going to drop, and that's going to score a run. Goodwin will get to it first. Runner will move all the way over to third, and Morello gets back to first, and it's a 9-1 score now. And the Jackfish fans that are here, round of applause, Morello. On to first with an RBI. Boucher now, the left fielder, gets his second at bat of the inning. He came around to score. He was walked by Aiden Ryan. Whitson kicks and deals outside. Handcuffed Oda, but he held on to it. Another ball inside. Barnstormers coming to the game, 4th place. They started last night in 2nd. One has jumped up over top of them. Their win last night. Whitson pops straight up. That's up over our heads and out of play.
Still a fair number of fans that have hung in there with the rain delay and the very long 4th inning.
Oh, Spencer Marcus gave him something to cheer for. Tied it up in the bottom of the 3rd. And then an 8-run inning. Chopped towards Goodwin. A long way to go to get it. He'll come across the body, and Sillett will stretch to make the play. And he'll get out of the inning. Finally, 8 runs scored, a 9-1 lead for the Welland Jackfish. And the Barnstormers will try to get something back when we return to Barnstormers TV.
Baseball is filled with ups and downs. Maybe that's what makes it so great. The long grind, the off-season, battling through injuries, hitting slumps, rain delays, and bad calls. The hard 90 way is never giving up. going 0 for 3, then getting the game-winning hit in the championship game. This is why we grind. You need gear that battles through with you. Gear that's as tough as you and won't let you down. It's time to go all in.
Hard 90.
Still selling critical illness insurance. Still selling retirement savings plans. Still selling group benefit plans. Still selling life insurance. Still selling disability insurance.
Are you selling insurance? Not today. Play ball.
Barnstormers TV back from Fergie Jenkins Field, where it is the temperature of the surface of the sun today, Ed.
It is a warm one.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the Barnstormer fans haven't had a whole lot to cheer about. We tied the game at the bottom of the last inning, and Welland was able to put an 8 spot up in the top of the 4th, and we now trail 9-1. Lots of problems finding the plate, lots of walks last inning, and see what we can do to bring something back here.
Seth Strong's just stride to the plate for his first at-bat. His second at-bat. He batted in the second, got a base hit. He's got one of the 2 base hits today for the Barnstormers.
It's hard to refer back to historical things in this game because it seems like yesterday.
Well, we did. We started off this afternoon. We had some sunshine, and it was warm. And obviously, a lot of Ontario's dealing with that. Marchese takes on a bounce, will hustle to first. First pitch swinging, and Seth Strong is out at first. Out the inning here, and the Barnstormers Ortega is everything around the plate. That's the difference you're seeing here, Ed. This is a guy who pitched 5 years in the minor pros, and get that ball, get your infield working, and
notice every pitch and every delivery is like the one before.
Yep.
He's in a rhythm, and he has a delivery that's his, and it doesn't vary. Effortless, really.
Mm-hmm. Haggith will watch strike one on the outside corner. (9-1) the score. We're in the bottom of the 4th. Ortega misses on the outside. Haggith fouls one off left side, 1-2. Ortega ahead in the count, which sounds like a broken record. We've been saying it all night. Ortega shakes up Mullen, gets the pitch he wants. And an off-speed pitch will get him swinging. Haggith goes down, second out of the inning. And they'll complete the strikeout down to first. And Sadler Goodwin, the shortstop now. You're right, Ortega had to sit through that 40, 45, might have been 50-minute rain delay, and then a long 8-run inning.
I don't know how long the 4th inning on top of the 4th was, but it was a long one.
Ortega kicks and deals. Movement on the inside. It's a ball. One and one the count. Yeah, we had sunshine. We had humidity to start. A little breeze came in, and then that brought in the rain. And about a 45, 50-minute delay as they prepped the field to get us back and playing, and they did a great job doing that, but the heat has come back with a vengeance since. Ortega doesn't seem to mind, though. 2-1 the count. 9-1 Jackfish. And he'll get Goodwin way out in front of that off-speed pitch, 2-2.
It's a big hook. Break straight down.
One of three pitchers with 4 wins on this team. And he overthrows that outside.
Pretty good job. Pretty good job. You get it. You figure you work once a week.
Yeah.
You pitch 9 innings on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and that's your week's work.
You can handle that. I don't remember a 3-2 count yet for Ortega. This might be his first. And he's going to get Goodwin. Just gets a piece of that, fouls it off down to the left field side.
You don't have to get up at 3 in the morning to pitch that game either.
No, that's true. That's maybe a career choice I should have made. Ortega gets his sign. He doesn't like that one. Doesn't like that one. Now he gets one. Mullen moves to the outside corner. And Goodwin fouls it back. He digs big back into the box here on the right-hand side. 9-1 the score. Full count to the shortstop, Goodwin. And he battles there. Fouls it off into the parking lot. Christmas in July, if you're joining us late, that's what the Barnstormers jerseys are all about here. Ortega to the plate, and Goodwin again fouls another one off. Well, he's racking up the pitches. And now Vasilonic waits on deck. This will be the 10th pitch to a shortstop, Goodwin. Ortega with the sign, he'll kick and deal. Full count, 2 outs. Outside, he'll walk him. And you don't see many of those from Ortega. And good for Goodwin for battling to get that far in.
Yeah, we'll take it. 49 pitches.
Torn Vasilonic the batter now. They get a runner on. Barnstormer scored last inning off a home run from Spencer Marcus. Vasilonic has played all over the infield. Pitched last night. Had an at-bat. Look to keep the inning alive here. Strike down the pipe, and he'll take the first one in. Ortega with the hook and finds the inside corner.
Quite a difference in speed there. 2 pitches. Takes a lot off that curveball. Sort of freezes the batter.
Good change in speeds from Ortega. And he'll get the strikeout. Couple in the inning. The Barnstormers will strand a runner. 9-1. No hits, no errors. The Barnstormers will go to the top of the 5th now, trailing by a big 9-1 score. Barnstormer TV brought to you by Kent Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider.
The girl groups are going to play the candy cane pickup brought to you by Steve's Pizzeria. So you each have 30 seconds to collect as many candy canes as you can from that box. But the trick is you have to use a candy cane to pick up the other candy canes. Kind of barrel of monkey styles here. So let's cheer them on, guys. 3, 2, 1.
Use it, use it, use it.
It's harder than it looks. We've got about 15 seconds left. Pick them up, collect them in your hand, and we'll count who has the most at the end.
10,
9,
You got 3, right? You got 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4, 5, 6, 7. We got a winner!
This Call the Bullpen brought to you by Main Street Credit Union, where your financial future is always in good hands. Just like this new arm coming into the game, banking that is invested in you. Cat Moran will come into the game. Third pitcher of the afternoon for the Barnstormers. He pitched last night in the loss to the Hamilton Cardinals. Moran was the third pitcher out of the pen last night. Third pitcher here tonight. Aiden Ryan went 3 1/3. Brock Whitson went 2/3 of an inning. Faced 7 batters, gave up 3 earned runs, 4 hits. He was hit hard, gave up the grand slam. He had a walk and, I believe, a strikeout. More balls and strikes again tonight. 69-67 tonight, Ed. It's not what you want to see from your pitching staff.
To be successful, you should be 2-1. That's what you should shoot for. And we've run into a stretch here where we're having trouble finding the plate. We had 200 pitches last night in that game.
And Mullen will hit the first one he sees from Moran right on the nose. And Marcus is underneath of it. They'll take the outs. That'll work. And we're moving along here in the 5th inning now.
Yeah, with that many walks in the game, too, you're not giving anybody, you say, well, you got 8 players behind you. But when they're not swinging the bat and they're walking, there's no activity for those other 8 players. There's no defense.
We've talked about the heat, not to keep bringing it up, but you're just standing around the field in this heat, and it's exhausting. And to tell you the truth, it's not like they've had a chance to make many plays.
Well, no,
a couple of big bombs.
They're not swinging the bat because there haven't been a lot of strikes thrown.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds hate to sound that simple, but that's basically how you break the game down, right?
Heads up there as that one was slicing towards the dugout. Hey, give it to Cats. Come in, throwing strikes here.
Yeah, that's good.
On to the count here to Grayson Barrett. He's been on base a couple times. Came around to score the 4th. Porcelado waits on deck. He had the grand slam home run. And that one were right between the legs. And Cap Moran is still on his back as he saw his life flash before his eyes. We'll take a look at this one again. Wow.
Absolutely, went right through his legs.
He hit that on the screws. And look, wow. He jumped to get out of the way.
His life is flashing before him.
Cat's a goaltender, too. And for a guy who used to face rubber pucks being fired at him, that one caught his attention. Barrett's on, 1 out in the inning, and a hard hit line drive up the middle. Cat was in last night, and he hit Anthony Salazzo just like in the visor, the brim of the helmet. Salazzo came out of the game, but I did see an interview with him post-game. He looked to be all right.
I think he turned the correct way. He turned away from the ball, which helped. Didn't turn into it.
Cat's coming in throwing strikes here. Does Cat even have a ball pitched yet? I think he's had
throwing strikes.
Pitches over the plate here. That's what you want coming out of the bullpen, especially something the Barnstormers could use here. Porcelado. That'll be a ball. I believe that's his first. 1-2 the count. Porcelado, a grand slam last inning. He's up here with a runner on first. 1 out in the inning. And Cat, outside corner, gets him swinging. Haggith over to cover some ground. He'll settle underneath of it, haul it in. 2 outs in the inning.
We might have to cancel Christmas in July next year.
Yeah, I'd be good with that. Hearing Wham's Last Christmas is giving me some anxiety. Marchese drove in the first run with a walk with the bases loaded. Came around to score. Hit himself a home run. That's the way he came around. Went back-to-back with Porceletto. A solo job back in the fourth. And Morin pumps another one in. Fill up that strike zone, kid. Morin looks in. 0-1. He almost had a move in there.
A lot of movement over there at first.
Good move by Morin over to first. 2 outs in the inning. I do not believe the Barnstormers have won in a specialty jersey this season. They do this a couple of times.
Have to make note of that.
Yeah. Try to drop one in there. It's 1-1. Christmas jerseys here this afternoon. Santa roaming around the stands. Marchese, the first baseman, 1-1 with 2 outs. Barrett's on the bag. He'll get the outside corner. Barrett's over on first. Lots of chatter still on the YouTube channel. We see what's going on. Thanks for joining us here this afternoon, guys. Outside corner 2-2, and 2 outs in the inning. Home plate umpire Justin Van Horn. In behind Yoshinoda, Marchese the batter. And that one sliced to left. Haggith not far to go. He'll keep coming in. Now he'll grab it. And good inning for Catalin Morin. Gives up a hard hit single, fills the zone with strikes, and no runs scored. A long way to come back, though, for the Barnstormers. Still lots of time to do it. Barnstormers TV is brought to you by Kent Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider.
My name is Spencer Marcus, outfielder for the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers from Chatham, Ontario. The community support has been amazing for baseball. Everybody coming together. You never really thought of this town as a baseball town, more of a hockey town. I remember when I found out that Kent Essex Mutual Insurance wanted to do an interview about a hometown hero. I never thought somebody would look at just a baseball player like that. It takes a lot of support to make this team a success, and the Barnstormers wouldn't be where they are today without help from sponsors like Kent Essex Mutual Insurance.
It's time, Chatham-Kent. There is a new local pest control company. Whether you're commercial, industrial, or residential, Enyo Pest Advisors are here with passion and integrity to help. If you need advice or help with a pest issue, call us for a no-obligation quote today. 226-627-4944. Enyo, bigger than bugs.
Looking for a fun, active way to keep your kids moving? At Great Lakes Gymnastics, our recreational classes are all about building strength, coordination, and confidence, all while having a blast. And when it's time to celebrate, we throw birthday parties kids will never forget, packed with games, gymnastics, and tons of smiles. In our safe, state-of-the-art facility, every child gets the chance to shine. Join the fun at Great Lakes Gymnastics, where every day feels like a celebration.
Barnstormers TV back to Fergie Jenkins Field. A lopsided 9-1 score for the Welland Jackfish. It is Christmas in July, though. in this guy right here. We're lucky to have him. Hey, Santa.
Hello.
How you doing?
Great.
Very good. What are you doing this time of year?
Trying to vacation a little bit, getting around and doing a few events like this, but just really having a great time.
How you liking the Barnstormers game this afternoon?
It's not the best for this view for the Barnstormers, but it's still a great time. Always a great time in this park.
Are they on the naughty or nice list?
Well, it looks like they're on the naughtiness, but I think they'll be on the good list.
Okay, let's get them back in here. Here, we got to let this Riggs is the scoreboard operator. He's got to get in here. There you go. He's on the nice list.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, we'll get him on the nice list. Okay. Ortega the pitcher, and Sillett's going to swing away at the first one. That's right to the left fielder. Boucher, he doesn't have far to go, and he'll record the first down of the inning. Sillett 0 for 2 on the afternoon. So what's Santa do in July usually?
Well,
are you working already?
Always working.
Yeah.
Always working, but the elves do most of the work for me. So I got to be honest. Santa doesn't lie, so I got to be honest.
You got to be, Santa. What do you got in the bag, Santa?
I've got a few things I'm going to throw into the crowd for some of the kids.
Oh, nice. Very nice.
So I've been throwing some snowballs around and candy canes and things like that. So
I hope those were real snowballs. I was hoping for a
I've tried putting them on the back of my neck. It didn't help.
Christmas in July. Santa's up in the booth with us here. See, we've had everybody yet. We've had them all today.
We have. It's about I'd be about our 5th interview with our delay there.
Oh, and Constantino will poke one into left, and we got a runner on in the bottom of the 5th. What's the reaction been? Have you talked to any players yet, Santa?
I've talked to a few just briefly when they were warming up and stuff like that, but I've been trying to let them concentrate on the game. So
That's smart. That's smart. Now, Santa, I got to know, a man of your travel abilities, how do you travel this time of the year? Like, do the reindeer come here?
No,
like,
it's too hot for reindeer.
Okay.
It's too hot. Really, commercially, just like everybody else. But
travel commercial, eh?
Yeah, incognito as much as I can, because as you can imagine, you can get a little swarm sometimes.
That makes
airport.
sense. That makes
Made
sense.
that mistake one time. Oh, what a mess. Everybody wanted it on her plane.
Does Mrs. Claus travel with you?
Sometimes she takes care of the elves, because some of the elves can be naughty.
I see you running around down there with Dom Donnell, the president. What's Dom? Be honest. Has Dom always been on the nice list?
He actually got it being nice card.
Oh.
And he's on the nice list.
Okay.
Until the next time, anyway.
Marcus swings through a pitch. That's going to get away from the catcher, Mullen, and Constantino will advance. Spencer Marcus hit a dinger last time up. Looking to do some damage here. Got a runner in scoring position with 1 out in the inning. You get to many baseball games, Santa?
I get to a few. Jay's games got to be Canadian.
Oh, see?
Santa's Canadian, so
Ed here is a Tigers fan, so
I am.
That's the
not
naughty
everybody can be perfect.
The naughty list, eh?
However, they're doing very well. I can't fault them for that.
Ball high, 1-2 to Marcus. Runner on second is Constantino. I'm telling you, we had a rain delay today. We had Harry Muir up here. Mike Bennett joined us. Look at this guy, Santa. We've had them all. Ortega comes to the plate. Marcus fouls it off to the right-hand side. So what's next for you, Santa? What do you do here the next 5-6 months?
Well, wife and I plan on doing a cruise.
Yeah.
Doing a cruise. But for the most part, it's gearing up, and I start doing photo sessions and commercial things for people and things like that, and then visits.
Visits. And checking that list, right?
Oh, yeah. Always checking the list.
And a swing and a miss from Marcus. He goes down swinging. 6th strikeout of the afternoon for Ortega. He's given up just the 1 walk. Now 2 outs. Runner in scoring position is Constantino. Spencer Morin, the right fielder, comes to the plate. Right fielder moved up to the lineup tonight. Brother had a pretty good top half of the inning. Cap Morin. 13 pitches, 10 of them strikes out. That's something
that was good, yeah.
We have not seen in the last.
Settled down the pitching staff at least.
I believe we'll see him back out here in the next inning. Dropping on the outside corner. Ortega just keeps coming.
I wouldn't be surprised if Ortega completes the 5th inning and be done for the day.
Yeah, he's had a couple of long waits, although their bullpen is quiet too. 9-1 the score here at Fergie Jenkins Field. That one well outside. Do you ever play baseball, Santa?
Snowballs.
I got you. I walked into that one. Morin with a runner in scoring position. Barnstormers down by 8. There's 3 hits on the afternoon. And that one outside once again.
Still throwing with about the same velocity. He hasn't slowed down a bit.
No, not at all.
Throws with his legs, not with his arm. Sounds like a contradiction in terms, but
Yep. Morin digs in. Ortega looks back at the runner. That's Constantino. And Morin fouls one back. Count goes even 2-2. What about Lefty, Santa, our mascot? Have you had much interaction with Lefty?
A little bit,
yeah. He's still young. He's only a year and a half. Is good?
Yeah, he's good with the crowd, I got to say.
Good.
He's good with the kids.
That's all that matters.
Yep. On the good list.
You would know a thing or two about that.
Oh, yeah. Good with the kids.
Ortega looks back and now comes to the plate. Off-speed pitch, and Morin just stays alive. Changes speed so effectively, Ed.
he does. It's all
that
same
fastball,
motion.
yeah.
It's all coming out of the same slot, same motion.
Shinoda waits on deck. We're 3 hours into an afternoon. We had about a 45-minute rain delay. Morin will take his time coming back into the box.
And Mike's still open for 4 more hours.
Okay, good.
Gotta love the Bill Johnsons there.
Here comes Ortega. And again, fouled out of play. Barnstormers would love to get this run home. A little something going, a little something to cheer for. The crowd's been quiet. And they have battled. They've battled, Ed. The rain, now the heat, the sunshine.
They've hung in there.
A slow game for them, but Ortega once again. 2-2, 2 outs, runner on second. And Morin chops it in front of the plate. He's got to hustle down the line. Ortega to first to complete the inning. And the Barnstormers unsuccessfully. We're through 5, 9-1. Santa, we thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Appreciate
it. Always being in Chatham-Kent. So
Christmas in July here at Fergie Jenkins Field. Barnstormers TV will continue next.
Still selling critical illness insurance. Still selling retirement savings plans. Still selling group benefit plans. Still selling life insurance. Still selling disability insurance.
How you selling insurance? Not today. Play ball.
Inyo Pest Advisors, serving all of southwestern Ontario, where you live and where you work. Inyo, bigger than bugs.
Want to get your brand in front of a live audience? This spot could be yours. Reach engaged viewers in real time and make an impact. Don't miss your chance. Contact us today to get your ad here.
Hey Barnstormer fans, want to win a $50 gas card just for cheering on your favorite team? Grab your phone right now and snap a selfie of you and your family and friends watching Barnstormers TV. Follow and tag at CK Barnstormers and Kent Essex Mutual Insurance at KE Mutual on Instagram. You need both tags and follows to qualify for the selfie contest. At CK Barnstormers and at KE Mutual. Share your selfie before the end of the game for a chance to win a $50 gas card. Barnstormers TV back. We're to the top of the 6. 9-1 the score. Lots of sunshine now. Hope you're enjoying your Sunday afternoon. Thanks for tuning in. We see you on the chat. Or if you're watching at one of our local establishments that's tuning in, we do appreciate it. Find all the Barnstormer home games online. CKBarnstormers.ca. Striding up to the plate to start the inning. It's the 6th now, and Brendan Luther. And Cap Morin stays in the game. Said Ed, he's 13 pitches for his half of the inning. And 10 of them were strikes. That's something we have not seen yet.
Well, look down the line for some future opportunities, and he could pitch himself into a role here.
Yeah, you don't want to look at the scoreboard. It's 9-1. Come out of the bullpen, throw some strikes, and get your opportunities. That one's going to get way inside on Luther. Luther's been on a couple of times. He scored once. Had a single back in the second. He's got a couple of singles. 2 for 2. Off as a reserve at the All-Star game coming up on the 20th in Hamilton. 1-1. Talks about the All-Star Showdown, which is coming up on the 20th in Hamilton. Get your tickets at theibl.ca. Have you seen the voting? Do we know where we're at here? The last one in vote?
Not officially, but I know.
I think Aiden Ryan was leading at the last check. Brandon Hoope is the option for the Welland Jackfish. Here's a long run. Haggett diving, and that's on the warning track. It's a foul ball, but
another sprint to the the left field fence.
I feel like Haggett has been running to his right all afternoon.
Every time I look there, I see Haggett sprinting across the outfield, going toward the fence.
Still giving it his all, down by 8.
Oh, that's good, yeah.
Luther was already at second, in case that had dropped fair. Luther takes a long walk across the diamond. He'll come back to the plate. 1-2. No outs in the inning. First batter here is Luther. Coaching staffs for that IBL All-Star game announced tomorrow. On Tuesday, they'll announce the last one in vote winner. Strike 3 call. Justin Van Horn will ring him up. Strikeout brought to you by Scott Curry, TD Wealth Financial Planner. Whether you are planning for retirement or starting a new business, Scott is here to help guide you every step of the way. And Cat just keeps filling up that strike zone. Here's Brandon Hoope.
Yep, good to see.
Hoope's the right fielder this afternoon. Good to see after last night. Cat had a tough time finding the strike zone and got a little wild and was shook up when he hit Salazzo up in the helmet. And he comes out of the bullpen today, back-to-back days, and a little different story.
A long week for the Blue Jays, the Barnstormers. In terms of their bullpen, it's their 4th game this week.
Hoope behind that off-speed pitch. One the count, one out in the inning. Nobody on. Long look in from Morin, gets his side. And he'll get strike 2. Still quiet in the Welland bullpen. I wonder if Ortega's coming back in.
No, I just had the thought that they'd let him pitch his 5, get the win. And
I thought so too. Here comes Morin to the plate outside. Cap Morin, Spencer Morin, they're brothers. Pitcher and the right fielder tonight. Cat kicks and deals, and that one bounces on the inside. I ran into Cat at a Spitfire game in the offseason. He walked by me. He was wearing a Barnstormer hat, and I said, Barnstormers, eh? And he said, yeah, I pitched for him last year. And we got talking. He was a goaltender, played in the Junior C.
That's right. I'd heard that too. Yeah.
So we talked a little bit about that. He said he loved his first year here and was hoping to come back, and well, here he is, year 2. Hit on a line, caught on a line by Strong over at third. And the second out of the inning. 2 outs, top of 6.
Proof put in the pudding is that if you throw strikes, your team will defend behind you, and so far that's working out as it should.
Well, the pace of play too, Ed. Like it's just get the ball, throw the ball.
Yep.
Defensive play, keep it moving. Everybody's involved in the game. When it grinds to a halt, and everybody gets back in their heels, and that's how errors start getting made. And
the inning with the walks, the fourth inning was they were all walks and hit by pitches, and there's 5, 6, 7 pitches per batter.
Very few hits in there. That
and very few swings.
1-1, 2 outs of the inning. We're top of the 6 here. 9 run, 8 hits, 1 error for the Jackfish. Weisner, the second baseman, dumps that into the batting cage off to the left side. 1 run that come off a home run from Spencer Marcus. 3 hits and no errors for the Barnstormers. Orion kicks and deals. Weisner off the end of the bat. Goodwin charges, catches it on a hop, again throws across the body, and he'll get him at first out of the inning. And a good couple of innings for Cal Morin out of the pen. 9-1 the score for the Jackfish. More coming up from Fergie Jenkins Field on Barnstormers TV.
My name is Spencer Marcus, outfielder for the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers from Chatham, Ontario. The community support has been amazing for baseball. Everybody coming together. You never really thought of this town as a baseball town, more of a hockey town. I remember when I found out that Kent Essex Mutual Insurance wanted to do an interview about a hometown hero. I never thought somebody would look at just a baseball player like that. It takes a lot of support to make this team a success, and the Barnstormers wouldn't be where they are today without help from sponsors like Kent Essex Mutual Insurance.
Looking for a fun, active way to keep your kids moving? At Great Lakes Gymnastics, our recreational classes are all about building strength, coordination, and confidence, all while having a blast. And when it's time to celebrate, we throw birthday parties kids will never forget, packed with games, gymnastics, and tons of smiles. In our safe, state-of-the-art facility, every child gets the chance to shine. Join the fun at Great Lakes Gymnastics, where every day feels like a celebration.
Teo Ortega stays in the game for the Jackfish. There you see their score in the middle of the screen. Around the IBL, the Cardinals 10-6 over the Brantford Red Sox, and that's in the top of the ninth, almost done there. Another 10-6 score, the Majors over the Maple Leafs, as the road teams have the edge here this afternoon. And just getting started in Kitchener, the Barrie Bay Cats. Barnstormers start with Yoshinoda.
Kitchener has a late start time on a Sunday. I think it's 5 or 5:30.
Yeah, that should have just getting underway today. I thought we'd be out of here by 5, but I guess not.
Not today.
If you're looking at your screen here and you're looking at the sunshine, you didn't join us earlier, you'd be surprised to know we had a rain delay and the field was pretty wet. We're looking beautiful right now. 9-1 the score, and Ortega falls behind 2-0. To the leadoff batter, Oda, with Strong waiting on deck. Outside, he'll get the call, 2-1. Barnstormer fans taking out their anger on Justin Van Horn. Hi. Do you think they know he lives in Chatham? Do you think they know that?
I don't know.
No. I don't think he wants them to know.
No.
Maybe we shouldn't say anything.
I haven't said anything.
No, we'll keep that quiet then. Never mind. 3-1 the count to Oda, the catcher. And he'll swing away and pop one up right side. Marchese comes over for a look. Is it going to stay in play? No, it's going to get out. Oh, that fella didn't even see it.
No. He was looking straight across.
He didn't call it. That landed right next to him, too. Right on the top of the bleachers here. Count full now to Oda, the leadoff batter. Off-speed pitch, chopped to the right side. Bobbled by Marchese, and Oda's going to get on. And the range far to his right.
I think the fans are stirring things up.
I think that's what it is.
I know we got a bunch of fans down below us here who haven't given up. They're into the game. Came here to watch baseball and cheer, make some comments.
Yeah.
And here they are.
Waiting for our official score to score that play, but regardless, Oda will be over at first. First baseman, a long way to go for it. So now we'll hold the right side with Seth Strong, the batter, the Panda. Inside, strike one. And he throws his head back. Ortega got a runner on. Oda short lead, and that one rips. Heads up, Santa. That hits the tree. Santa was just down beyond the bleachers, and he almost ended up spilling his snowballs. Seth got around to that one quickly. And Ortega, no time whatsoever, ahead in the count 0-2.
Changed speeds there, and he got way ahead of that.
Went outside earlier on Strong back in the second, and he poked it into left. And this time he goes chasing, and he swings away, and he's the first out of the inning. Seth is not happy with that. And he's going to let Justin Van Horn hear it. Braxton Haggett, the batter now. He's got on an error, had a strikeout in the fourth. Now we're getting a little breeze at. We've had everything today.
That was good. We'll take that.
Yeah, we need that breeze.
Yeah, bottle it.
And I swear I put deodorant on. If you're wondering if there's a question.
That was a while ago, though. Right?
Yes. Haggett digs in. It's behind in the count. That big hole to shoot for is Weisner plays close to the bag. He's going to go into the gap, and that's going to drop. Oda gets on his horse. Off the postman side in center. Oda's going to be held at third, and Haggett slides in with a double. Good hustle by Braxton Haggett.
It's good for the fans, too. Give them something to cheer about. We've been sitting on our hands here for 3 games, and not a whole lot's been happening, and good for the Barnstormers.
Give Braxton Haggett a 4-game hit streak now. He's batting 6 for 11 coming into the game.
Good.
And you've seen that progression because he had a long way to come from early in the season.
Yeah, started really slowly. We were talking about the aluminum bat versus the wooden bat transition during college season. That could be a factor. Different feel.
And now Goodwin with a chance to drive in a run. Actually, a couple runs with second and third here. 1 out in the inning. Strong the strikeout. Vasilonic waits on deck. Ortega. It's been a long afternoon. He's been efficient, but he's had a couple of long waits. And now you see for the first time him starting to struggle to find the zone a little bit.
Yep. You figure he's been pitching since about 2:15 he took the mound. And
had a 45, 50-minute rain delay in there. Had the 9-run inning, or the 8-run inning shortly thereafter, and might be catching up to him here. Inside, 3-0. Goodwin has a look. ...81 pitches. Now this will be his 82nd. Slows his pace a little bit with a couple runners on. Goodwin has a look. And he's going to walk. Bases juiced for the Barnstormers. And Vasilenic will have a chance to make some damage. And Robert Mullen, who is like a second pitching coach for this team, really does a lot for the pitching staff. He's able to communicate, too, in their language. So wanders out there and calms Ortega down. Big lead here, says let's go get him.
A little action down in the Welland bullpen.
Yeah, they're starting to warm up down there now. Vasilenic, the right-handed hitter, second baseman. Evan Morrison didn't start tonight. He's not on the roster for tonight's game either, so I was wondering if he might be available. He is not. Falls behind another batter. Vasilenic fouls it back into the glove of Mullen.
This is what we have not been able to do the last little while. Bases loaded, 1 out. Move the runners.
It's been the Achilles heel of the Barnstormers offense. And that one, he was on it. Fouled it straight back. Well, I talked to Brian Essery, and he said, yeah, a tough time last night against Kitchener. He said, we only won 4-3. You know, Kitchener's down on the standings with the top team, but we just couldn't score with runners in scoring position. It doesn't matter where you're at in the standings, right? Sometimes you go through it.
I think every team does.
But it feels like sometimes you get that one hit, too. It kind of unlocks it.
Break the jam.
Let's see if Vasilenic's got it in him here. 1-2, 1 out in the inning. Bases juiced, and he's not going to get that one. Curveball will get him swinging. Second out of the inning. And now it's on Trent Sillett. First baseman. Well, we heard from Harry Muir during the rain delay that he taught Trent, what was it, the curveball? On a beach in Upperwash?
Yeah.
Kirill playing basketball with his father. Outside, and Ortega. There's some veteran presence right there, Eddie. You know he's out of gas. He's running on fumes here, but he's still rearing back, finding what he needs.
And he's around the plate. You know, that's, you know, when the legs start to get a little tired, you get wild up usually.
Sillett swings away and quickly ahead, 0-2. And now Ortega changes speed so effectively, and Sillett's going to have to protect.
But the difference is that once again, no balls, 2 strikes.
Yep.
And now the batter's got to come to him so he can waste a pitch. He can do, you know, move the ball around inside, outside, upside, up, down, or down.
And outside, Sillett watches that 1-2.
Threw the ball exactly to the target. It's exactly where Mullen had his glove.
See if Sillett would chase one there. Base is juiced. Barnstormers down by 8. And Sillett looks out at Ortega. And he'll foul another one back. Ortega ahead in the count with 2 outs in the inning. And he's going to catch him looking. Crossed him up with an off-speed pitch. Barnstormers leave the bases juice. And a great chance to get on the board. We go to the top of the 7th on Barnstormers TV from Fergie Jenkins Field.
Get ready, Hamilton. It's the 2025 IBL Home Run Derby and All-Star Game. Hosted by the Hamilton Cardinals at beautiful Bernie Arbor Stadium. Watch the league's top sluggers crush moonshots in the Derby. Then see the best of the best go head-to-head under the lights in the All-Star Game. Grab your tickets now at HamiltonCardinals.com because this summer, the stars shine brightest in Hamilton.
The second annual Barnstormers Golf Tournament takes place Tuesday, July 15th at Willow Ridge Golf and Country Club. Barnstormers own Garrett Day will also be in attendance. To register, contact us at the emails on screen.
Want to get your brand in front of a live audience? This spot could be yours. Reach engaged viewers in real time and make an impact. Don't miss your chance. Contact us today to get your ad here.
Baseball is filled with ups and downs. Maybe that's what makes it so great. The long grind, the off-season, battling through injuries, hitting slumps, rain delays, and bad calls. The hard 90 way is never giving up, going 0 for 3, then getting the game-winning hit in the championship game. This is why we grind. You need gear that battles through with you, gear that's as tough as you and won't let you down. It's time to go all in.
Hard 90.
Barnstormers TV back at Fergie Jenkins Field. We're into the top of the 7th now. Cat Morin stays in. This will be his 3rd inning of work, or he'll be starting his 3rd inning of work. Welland Jackfish are ahead 9-1, and it looks like Brian Essery, the manager of the Jackfish, has made some moves here, so we'll see how the inning plays out. Gio Morello scheduled to hit. Looks like Gio's out of the game. So Austin Gom will come in. And take over from Morello in center with a big lead. Morello went around to score, had a walk. Walk at a single. Cam Warrens does what Cam Warren's been doing today.
Keeps pouring the strikes across. That's good to see.
Austin Gum, who plays a little bit of the infield here. We'll see if they keep him on the infield or if he goes to the outfield. 24 years old, played at Louisiana State University. Hit .348, 12 home runs, 64 RBIs, and 9 stolen bases. That's good, right?
Very good.
Very good. His first season in the IBL. And he gets ahead 1-2. And his brother Tyson is also with the team. He's an outfielder. Cat to the plate, and he'll get him swinging. Cat Morin's been impressive here this afternoon in a losing cause so far. Strikeout brought to you by Scott Curry, TD Wealth Financial Planner. Whether you are planning for retirement or starting a new business, Scott is here to help guide you every step of the way. Fifth strikeout of the afternoon for the Barnstormers. And I believe that is Cat's first strikeout of the afternoon. Second strikeout.
Got one last in.
Had last one, had him looking. All right, mark that down as my first time being incorrect.
Today?
Yeah. Doesn't happen
Qualify
too
all.
often, right? Boucher stays in the game, left fielder. Came around to score back in the 4th on the grand slam. A lefty versus lefty matchup. And the count. And that's up the middle. Couple of hops. Sadler, Goodwin, do your thing. Another put out from Sadler Goodwin.
Pretty good. About as good as you're going to get. All one motion.
And they come across, and he throws on the run so well.
Yep. There's no distinction between fielding and throwing. It's just one continuous movement.
Well, 2 outs quickly in the inning. And Cam Morin is humming along here this afternoon. Came into the inning with 27 strikes, 8 balls. And he just keeps throwing them into the zone as Robert Mullen comes to the plate. Float to center back in the 5th. And he's going to pop up here, and that'll be a quick inning as Cat puts his head down. Braxton Haggith, a long run in. Loses the cap, will have to go back for it. But 3 up, 3 down, and the Barnstormers will come back to the plate after we get to the 7th inning stretch. Barnstormers need some work to do. It is a 9-1 game from Fergie Jenkins Field.
Still selling critical illness insurance. Still selling retirement savings plans. Still selling group benefit plans. Still selling life insurance. Still selling disability insurance.
Are you selling insurance? Not today. Play ball.
The Chatham Barnstormers have multiple summer camp opportunities available. Chatham's week-long summer camp from July 7th to 11th. Leamington's week-long summer camp from July 14th to the 18th. Then we head back to Chatham from July 21st to 25th. Wallaceburg summer camp between July 28th and August 1st. And finally Dresden's summer camp between August 4th and the 8th. Contact us today at the email on screen.
Attention business owners and marketers. Imagine your brand in front of a live, engaged audience, right here, right now. This space is the perfect opportunity to showcase your product, service, or message to viewers in real time. Whether you're looking to boost sales, build awareness, or grow your audience, we've got you covered. Don't wait. Secure your spot today.
Barnstormers TV back. Fergie Jenkins Field. Brought to you by Kent Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider. Teo Ortega stays in the game here, Ed. We look around the scoreboard. Couple of finals. 10-6 wins for the Majors over the Maple Leafs and the Cardinals over the Red Sox. Cardinals stay hot. They're climbing up the standings. They've had a week, and the Cardinals have now got 5 wins in a row. And Barrie and Kitchener early on in that one at 1-1, and this one, bottom of the 7th. So Ortega, we noticed last inning, he started to get a little fatigued, and he's out there battling.
Pulled it back toward the end of the inning, but again, I say it over and over and over again. He's ahead of all the batters.
Yeah,
he lost a couple of batters, but he jumped back 2 strikes on the last batter, and he's got a beating out of his hand.
Yeah, struck out the last 2. Vasilevskiy can seal it. Hey, you're up 9-1. Put the ball in play. Cup down my work here. We'll see. Constantino flew out to left, and now he's going to pop one to right. And has that got some legs?
It does.
And it does! Constantino! We were just talking at the break how hard he's hit the ball tonight, and good to see Owen turn one around. He'll pump one out to right field. That'll give the crowd something to cheer for. And the Barnstormers still a long ways away, but they'll take it. 9-2. Good throw in Constantino.
Number 19, Spencer Marcus.
Fourth game in 4 days for the Jackfish. Might be trying to have Ortega eat up some innings here. They play again on Tuesday, so try to save that bullpen. There's some arms now throwing down there as the leadoff hitter Spencer Morin will come to the plate. So Marcus gets hit by the first pitch. He's down at first. And Morin, he puts a charge into one right up against the wall, and he'll hold it in. Hoope, with his back up against the advertisements there, will swallow that up. Barnstormers starting to get around on Ortega here.
Yeah.
Maybe an inning late after leaving the bases loaded.
Yep.
That's Hoope's first action of the night, and he had to go a long way for it.
Pushed him right against the fence.
Yoshinoda with Marcus over at first, not much of a lead. He's going to drop one right on the outside corner. One out. Constantino with a home run. Marcus hit by pitch. And Morin will hit it up against the fence. 0-2 the count. He's up ahead early again. Jackfish fans still sticking around. And trying to find that hole. Luther a long way to go off his glove of the Barnstormers. Will leg out a hit. A couple runners on. Back-to-back innings with something happening, and the Barnstormers just need a hit with a runner on base. Where have you heard that before, Ed?
Everywhere. Yep, we've just been not being able to come up with a critical hit, and it'll come. But I think a lot of people are becoming impatient. But you got to wait.
Seth Strong, I feel like, is a powder keg ready to go off here. He said a couple of words with the umpires the last few nights. If he doesn't get a call his way, he's been barking at Justin Van Horn tonight. Was not happy with the umpiring crew last night. One out in the inning, Ortega. And that one is going to be a ball. They are warming in the pen for Welland. Inside, they'll get him on a strike, 1-1.
So instead of the big hit, what we need is a hit. Single would be nice.
Nigel Sebastianelli is warming in the bullpen, who I've got down as an infielder. High and outside, 2-1. And like we said, 4 games, 4 nights. They play again Tuesday.
They have the same problem as everybody else.
9-2 after a home run from Owen Constantino. A couple runners on here in the bottom of the 7th. Strong turns on one, and that one goes foul. He was way out in front of that. That got the crowd into it, though. Put a charge into it. Braxton Haggith is on deck. Braxton had a double his last time up. 2-2, 1 out, 2 runners on. Inside. Seth was diving out, looking on the outside corner. And Seth going to swing through a curve ball and a strikeout for Ortega, and a big one there. Back-to-back strikeouts for Seth Strong now. He is 1 for 3, actually 1 for 4 on the afternoon. Been corrected. It looks like Jack Seward is warming in the bullpen. He's wearing number 1 this afternoon. Mullen out to talk with his pitcher here, Ortega, and now Justin Van Horn will cut it short. A couple of eyeballs looking to the bullpen to see if they're ready. I'm not sure if they're going to go or not. He's going to give them the go ahead here. Let's get going. Braxton Haggith will come to the plate. 2 outs in the inning. 9-2 the score. Only 8 hits on the afternoon. Well, there's a grand slam in there, too, for the Jackfish.
Sort of adds up in a hurry.
They went back-to-back bombs. A couple of runs walked in this afternoon, too. They've got a couple of errors. 9 runs, 8 hits, 2 errors. Barnstormers 2 runs, 6 hits, no errors.
The grand slams on consecutive games certainly put us in the hole.
Yeah, both times the games were close. Last night 3-1 grand slam. Tonight 3-1 grand slam. Outside, Ortega trying to get through this bottom of the 7th. He looks in, gets a sign. Haggith has extended his hit streak to 4. Mullen sets up on the outside, well outside. Ahead in the count, 3-0. Haggith looking for something to drive here. 107 pitches right here for Ortega, and has no problem finding that strike zone when he needs to. And he'll walk him. Third time on base tonight. And that's going to get the attention of the manager, Essery, who will take the stroll out. Mullen is out to meet him. The whole infield will come in, and they should. Ortega's pitched well this afternoon. And Sadler Goodwin will come back to the plate again with the bases loaded here, Ed. That's back-to-back innings. Sadler struck out. Sorry, Sadler got a walk and forced the bases loaded last time up.
Yep, well, here we go again. Let's see if we can get a timely hit in this situation and break the trend that we've been gotten into.
He's going to keep Ortega in.
Keep him in.
Get him to work out of this jam here. Seward will continue to warm in the bullpen. And Ortega will battle. 2 outs in the inning. We'll see if Sadler can turn one around. We saw Sadler pump one out early in the season. The farthest shots we've seen ever here at Fergie Jenkins Field. They'll take a base hit right now. They'll take anything they can get. Ortega leaning on that curve quite a bit now.
Tantalizing, yeah. So lays it out in front of you. It's quite a bit slower than his fastball.
Bases loaded, bottom of 7. 2 outs in the inning. And Sadler's going to pop one straight up onto the infield. Marchese called off. Weisner going to come to it. Dances around, and he'll swallow it up. And they're out of the inning.
1 run on 2 hits. Owen Constantino's second home run.
Owen Constantino hits a bomb to start off the inning. The Barnstormers get the bases loaded again. That's back-to-back innings. They'll leave them juiced. Nothing to show for it besides the home run. 9-2. Barnstormers trail the Jackfish onto the top of the 8th. It's Barnstormers TV, presented by Kent Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider.
It's time, Chatham-Kent. There is a new local pest control company. Whether you're commercial, industrial, or residential, Enyo Pest Advisors are here with passion and integrity to help. If you need advice or help with a pest issue, call us for a no-obligation quote today. 226-627-4944. Enyo, bigger than bugs.
Get ready, Hamilton. It's the 2025 IBL Home Run Derby and All-Star Game. Hosted by the Hamilton Cardinals at beautiful Bernie Arbor Stadium. Watch the league's top sluggers crush moonshots in the Derby. Then see the best of the best go head-to-head under the lights in the All-Star Game. Grab your tickets now at HamiltonCardinals.com, because this summer, the stars shine brightest in Hamilton.
Barnstormers TV, we're back into the top of the 8th inning now. And Cat Morin stays in the game, and that's what you're going to get. You're going to get innings if you throw strikes in.
He's earned some innings with he's coming in with way behind in the game and throwing a lot of strikes. He got some people out. Did a good job.
Barnstormers have had a couple of innings where they left the bases loaded, unable to push anyone across. They did get a home run from Constantino. Both runs are on home runs tonight. They still haven't gotten that hit with the runner in scoring position.
Not in the books right now.
Cat Morin outside corner. Marchese the leadoff batter here. Sorry, Grayson Barrett. Then Porcelletto, and then Marchese. Turn one around, heads up. President Dom Tennell might have retrieved himself a souvenir.
He probably dove on it, beat the posse over there.
Well, when you're the president, it's not a souvenir. It's a budget cut, right? You can get that back.
Cost-saving measure.
Cat deals once again, right around the plate, 1-2. Sun beating down here on a Sunday afternoon. You think I would have lost some weight sitting in this heat all weekend, Ed? It's been
have to weigh us in and weigh out
yeah.
soon.
They're reaching for that, then I'll foul back to the screen.
Try to reach out to Mike Ragnier and see what he's doing this afternoon.
I know he's on a beach. He's out east, that's for sure.
Yeah, if you're out there, Mike, give us a shout. Let us know how you're doing.
Can I tag out? Is that how this works?
Yeah, you're too
eager. He's warming in the bullpen is how it works. Hey, you've got me here for the next handful of games. Not back until, I believe it's the 22nd, I think it is, and that's against London, a Tuesday night.
And we play London home and home, well, not home and home, back-to-back Tuesdays.
Yeah.
The last 2 Tuesdays in July, I think it is.
I'll be here for both of those. Next couple home games. And Barrett, that was an inside. Had to get around on that one quickly. And
3 of them have gone over there today, which is, almost impossible to hit around that screen.
Yep. Cat back to the batter here, 2-2. And he'll just hold on to that one a little too long and fire that off the screen.
Ota looks like he's getting tired.
Yeah, it's a lot of innings. It's into his 4th inning now. But I get what Gil's thinking is, I got a guy out there who's finally throwing strikes today, and ride him until I can. Barnstormers don't play again until Thursday in Kitchener. And he'll get him swinging. Strikeout brought to you by Scott Curry, TD Wealth Financial Planner. Whether you're planning for retirement or starting a new business, Scott is here to help guide you every step of the way. 3 strikeouts for Cat Morin.
You notice he's going through the meat of the batting order, too. He's not at the bottom end. He's going right through the heart of it.
He's faced one over the... Is he? Yeah, he just allowed the single to Barrett last time out. Remember, he shot it right back through his legs.
Oh, yes, we can remember that.
Strokes it to center. That's a hard hit ball. But right on the warning track, Spencer Marcus will haul it in. 2 outs quickly in the inning. Porcelletto had the grand slam home run earlier, and that time drove Marcus all the way back. Marchese, the first baseman. He went back-to-back with Porcelletto in that big 4th inning for the Jackfish, where they put up 8. They haven't scored since.
True.
Take that inning back. That was fresh off the... Came out of the rain delay in the top of the 3rd. They allowed a run. A run walked in. This one chopped towards first. Long run for Cat Moran. He makes a nice play. Gets it over to Sillett, and they're out of the inning. Heck of an afternoon for Catalin Moran. He goes 4 innings. And he allows just the 1 hit. Out of the inning. We're into the bottom of the 8th. Coming up, it's Barnstormers TV Live from Fergie Jenkins Field.
Still selling critical illness insurance. Still selling retirement savings plans. Still selling group benefit plans. Still selling life insurance. Still selling disability insurance.
Are you selling insurance? Not today. Play ball.
At Great Lakes Gymnastics, it all starts with our state-of-the-art 12,000 square foot facility built to inspire movement, confidence, and growth. From preschool to recreational classes, our programs are safe, structured, and designed to help every child thrive. For athletes with big goals, our competitive team trains year-round with experienced coaches and competes across Ontario. Whether you're just getting started or aiming for the podium, Great Lakes Gymnastics is where greatness begins.
Attention business owners and marketers. Imagine your brand in front of a live, engaged audience, right here, right now. This space is the perfect opportunity to showcase your product, service, or message to viewers in real time. Whether you're looking to boost sales, build awareness, or grow your audience, we've got you covered. Don't wait. Secure your spot today.
Teo Ortega comes out of the game, goes 7 innings, 9 strikeouts, 1 walk, a couple home runs allowed to Spencer Marcus and Owen Constantino, but both solo shots. He really buckled down and zoned in when the bases were loaded. He had runners in scoring position.
Yep, for sure. It's an unusual game to try to describe when you look back. There were 2 big innings for Welland. A series of walks followed by 2 home runs. Basically, how you describe the turnaround in the game.
This wasn't a slow boil. This was one heavy inning for the visitors. We've got a change at catcher now. Coming in to catch is Greg Marco for Robert Mullen.
Jack Stewart on the mound for Welland. Thank you, Jack. Number 5, Torrin.
New battery here to start the bottom of the 8th. Greg Marco, the catcher, 31 years old. His 9th IBL season. He kind of plays when he can. He's an OPP officer now. Played in the inaugural season with Welland back in 2019. Saw him warming in the bullpen earlier, warming up some of the pitchers. Now gets into the game. And Jack Seward is the pitcher after a 7-run performance or 7-inning performance by Teo Ortega. He's coming off a 6-inning performance last Sunday. Seven innings, gives up a double, couple home runs, 3 walks on the afternoon. I misspoke. 10 Ks.
Good afternoon work.
Yeah, it's a heck of a day. Outside, 2-2. Yeah, the walks that he gave up came in late in the game. And now Seward pushes the count to full. Sparse crowd now here. They've done the 50-50 draw. They've sat through a rain delay and a heat wave this afternoon. We had a heat warning, and that's going to be a strikeout as Torn Vasilenic watches. That's the 11th strikeout of the afternoon for the Welland Jackfish.
3 in a row for Torrin.
Trent Sillett was caught looking with the bases loaded and the 6. Seward looks in, kicks and deals. It's a hard thrower. Find the outside corner.
It's our 11th strikeout.
One and one with one out in the inning. Constantino, waits on deck. Sillett chops it towards short. Luther's got time across the diamond, records the out. Owen Constantino, who hit himself a home run last inning, his second in the IBL. Two outs in the inning. Constantino, bottom of 8. Designated hitter this afternoon. He usually plays on the infield. Last night took a inning or two at right field. Seward kicks and deals. Constantino swinging away off the outside corner.
Constantino took a little time to get adjusted to Intercounty pitching, I think. He got off to a really slow start. He's a big guy, big first baseman who plays for Carleton University in Ottawa. He's from Ottawa. He's played a couple of years in St. Louis, junior college.
Swings through that one. He's behind 1-2 with 2 outs in the inning. And he'll get a couple swinging here in the inning. 2 strikeouts. And we go to the top of the 9th. A 9-2 lead for the visiting Welland Jackfish from Fergie Jenkins Field.
My name is Spencer Marcus, outfielder for the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers from Chatham, Ontario. The community support has been amazing for baseball. Everybody coming together. You never really thought of this town as a baseball town, more of a hockey town. I remember when I found out that Kent Essex Mutual Insurance wanted to do an interview about a hometown hero. I never thought somebody would look at just a baseball player like that. It takes a lot of support to make this team a success, and the Barnstormers wouldn't be where they are today without help from sponsors like Kent Essex Mutual Insurance.
Barnstormers TV, we're back. Top of 9. I almost forgot we had to do a game here, Ed. I'm having a conversation off the air. We should probably get back on the TV here. Barnstormers trailing 9-2. Garrett Day is into the game. We're just talking about Cap Morin, who came in today and really gave the Barnstormers some much-needed innings.
He did. He came in, threw strikes, went through the heart of the order as well. He wasn't facing about a bunch of guys at the bottom of the order at all, and did well for himself and the Barnstormers.
Just one over the minimum, too. 13 batters. Aiden Ryan went 3 1/3. Brock Whitson came in for 2/3 of an inning, gave up the grand slam, gave up back-to-back home runs, and then shutout ball for 4 innings from Cat Morin. 3 strikeouts, 1 hit allowed, no walks. 44 pitches in 4 innings, which is impressive. And 32 of those were strikes.
Yeah, that's a very good outing.
Great outing. And much needed outing, too. This is Garrett Day, usually the closer for the Barnstormers, and a cleanup roll today. Ahead 0-2. And that one fouled back to the backstop. So the last vote in, I'll tell you this one more time. IBL All-Star Game is coming up July 20th. The last vote in is the last position on the roster. The Barnstormers representative is Aiden Ryan, who started tonight. And the Jackfish rep is Brandon Hoope, who's the right fielder today. Last check, Aiden Ryan has the lead. That voting will stay open until midnight tomorrow night at the IBL.ca. They'll announce Tuesday who made it in. Wednesday they will announce who's in the home run derby, and then it all goes down next Sunday. Get your tickets to the IBL.ca. Day to the batter, it's Luther. And he'll chop one foul, stays alive.
Mentioned before, Garrett is a Chatham product. A golfer by his passion is
heck
golf.
of a golfer, for sure.
Went to Wayne State University, has his degree from Wayne State.
And that one going to get away from him on the inside. Yushinoda. Give Yushin some credits. Played 2 very long games in behind the plate. Mitsuki Fukuda DH last night, not available this afternoon. 2-2 with no outs in the top of the 9th. And that'll be chopped towards Vasilenik at second. He'll come up, throw it over to first. First out, recorded. And here's Brandon Hoope, who we had just talked about. See the Welland fans in the chat saying get out there and vote Hoope, and no Barnstormer fans are saying vote Ryan. So remember your allegiances lie. Get that vote in at the IBL.ca. Hoope's numbers. Hasn't been busy in the field tonight. Well, he's going to take one off the backside. Turns into it.
That's one that obviously got away in that situation.
Yeah. Last thing you want to do is put somebody on
No.
here. Yeah, Hoope's had one fielding play today, and that was the shot to right field that he went right up against the fence to catch. Now he's down at first. Jonah Wisner, the second baseman. Jonah got on with a double in the first inning. I think it was on the first pitch, wasn't it? First or second. It was early in the count.
I think it was.
Came around to score in the 4th on a walk. 1 out in the inning. And he's going to chop one again to seal it, much like the first inning. Hoope is going to go all the way to third. A long throw in from Spencer Morin. Missed the cutoff man, and Wisner dances back to first.
It's interesting. 3 balls hit to Sillett, almost identical in between short hops.
Yeah, he hasn't had an easy one tonight.
Once again, it's a hit.
Austin Gom has come in for Gio Morello, and he bats here for the second time. Struck out back in the 7th. Davis is on the outside. Some light tossing going on in the Welland bullpen, if needed for the 9th. Outside corner, strike 1. Chop towards Sadler Goodwin. Tries to get the runner at first. He does. They'll turn it, and no, he'll beat it out, and the run will score. Fielder's choice RBI there for Austin Gom, who hustles down the line. and 2 outs in the inning. 10-2 the score. That's the first run since that big 4-run inning where they put up 8. I'm sorry, the big 4th inning where they put up 8. Boucher down the right side. Out of the reach of Sillett. It was foul anyway.
So it must have been thinking, oh no, not another
one. Yeah.
4 of them in between ops.
And this time Boucher is going to put a charge into one. That one's over the field house. And it's gone for a 2-run bomb to make it 12-2. And the 3 Jackfish fans here will applause. And Boucher turned that one around quickly. Third home run of the afternoon for the Jackfish. Boucher shot that one a long way away. .24 runs given up by the Barnstormer pitching staff in the last 2 games.
After only giving up 2 on Friday night.
Yeah. 12-1 loss last night. This one's not over yet. 2 outs, Garrett Day. Greg Marco came in for Mullen defensively. He gets his first at bat of the night. Came in last inning. And that's chopped towards Vasilenic. He'll take it on a hop, throw it across the body, get it to Sillett. And the Barnstormers eventually get out of the inning, not before giving up 3 runs and extending the score to 12-2. And the Barnstormers have some work to do. They'll have to try to get 10 coming up in the bottom of the 9th. Barnstormers TV, presented by Kent Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider.
My name is Spencer Marcus, outfielder for the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers from Chatham, Ontario. The community support has been amazing for baseball. Everybody coming together. You never really thought of this town as a baseball town, more of a hockey town. I remember when I found out that Kent Essex Mutual Insurance wanted to do an interview about a hometown hero. I never thought somebody would look at just a baseball player like that. It takes a lot of support to make this team a success, and the Barnstormers wouldn't be where they are today without help from sponsors like Kent Essex Mutual Insurance.
Marcus? Yeah. So, or he's lefty, isn't he? Barnstormers TV back, bottom 9. Nathan Piccioni looks to be pinch hitting here for Spencer Marcus in the bottom of the inning. Been a long one this afternoon. Just over 4 hours, which is standard for a Chris McLeod game. And
you have a reputation.
Yeah, I don't seem to get the short ones, do I? Only marathon broadcasts.
Yeah, you want a marathon broadcast? Call in Chris McLeod. He'll take care of that.
Oh, man. 12-2 the score. The Welland Jackfish on their way to their 7th win in a row and extending their lead up the top of the IBL standings. 20-6 coming in. London will hold pace, though. They won this afternoon. I get ahead of myself. 10-run inning. We'll see what happens. Scott Gillespie's in to pitch the final inning. Rocks back into his motion. Comes from a 3-quarter delivery and puts the strike in on Piccioni. Piccioni had an odd at bat last night when he pinch hit for a pinch hitter. Lee Kucera was the pinch hitter. Kucera had worked the count full and then fouled a pitch off his hand, his wrist, in the upper part of the body. Had to come out of the game. Piccioni came in, faced one pitch, a ball. Walked down to first. From the Windsor area, Piccioni 1-1 in the count. Pop one left side, that's over the dugout, now to play.
Piccioni had the unusual story of growing up in Australia, being born in Windsor and family moving to Australia. So he played all of his younger years baseball in Australia and then returned to the Windsor area, where I guess he picked up the baseball again at a later age. And here he is.
There are some stories in this IBL the routes players have taken just to get this far. They're quite interesting. Gillespie well outside, 2-2. Spencer Moore and waits on deck. Marco, the catcher, moves onto the inside of the plate. Gillespie's got his side. He rocks back. And that one drifted out over the outside, and it's going to go out of play. Marchese's going to give chase, but ends up over there in the Ed Myers Pavilion. I'm going to see if that'll take, Ed. Let's see.
It's there. I mean, it's like it's not a mirage, right?
Yeah, we've been waiting for those stands for a while.
We've been looking out there for about 6 weeks, 8 weeks.
Yeah, if you missed it, the Barnstormers' first game with the 600-plus seats, the 600-plus bleachers that have now been installed at the park are here. So if you wanted to come to a game, we got lots of room. Lots of room for you. There's lots of room there right now.
Yep, it's pretty much emptied out.
Yeah. Fans have gone home for their Sunday meal. Inside, 3-2. Piccioni trying to get on here. Caused a mess late in this one. Barnstormers in the last few innings have loaded the bases. I guess they went down 1-2-3 in the 8th, but prior to that, loaded the bases back-to-back in the 6th and 7th and couldn't get anything across. And he'll swing and miss. Strikeout for Piccioni. Spencer Morin with Oda waiting on deck. Spencer 0 for 4 of the night. Here's Gillespie, looks in once again. One out in the inning, bottom of 9. Outside.
Spencer's come up empty today, too. 0 for 4.
Foul one back. Here comes Gillespie to the plate. Inside will get him a strike. Evens up the count. 2-2. Gillespie rocks back. And no, that was low.
Little disagreement there between the pitcher and home plate umpire.
And the umpires have been out there for a while in the sunshine, too.
Oh, yeah.
Seen them get a couple bottles of water run out to them. It's been a long afternoon. It's been a long weekend for the Barnstormers. Strike 3 called. Back-to-back strikeouts for Gillespie. And Fukuda. That'll be the last hope here for the Barnstormers. Yushin's got on his last 2 times by errors. Right on a base. Outside ball 1. Inside, Oda dances out of the way, 2-0. Shout out to RJ. Hey, thanks for watching. I know you've stuck around for the entire broadcast here today on the YouTube channel. A lot of the Welland fans have joined us here today, and they've seen your team with a big 12-2 lead with 2 outs in the 9th. Looking for 7 straight wins and a 21-6 mark on the season.
Yeah, this season is marching on. I think 42-game schedule. We're into the end of the second week in July.
Take a walk. We're not out of here yet, Ed.
No, we're not.
I know you've made your reservation, but we're not leaving yet. And Seth Strong will have one more at bat. He struck out the last 2 times up. Grounded out to first, hit a single in the second. He's 1 for 4 in the afternoon. Strong digs in with 2 outs in the inning. And he is going to turn on one. And welcome back to Fergie. Seth Strong, a 2-run home run. First pitch swinging. His 3rd of the season. Close the gap to 12-4. Braxton Haggith will stride to the plate. He didn't waste any time stepping into that one. He was waiting for
First pitch.
Here, Gillespie, you're up by 10. Let's keep it moving. And now he's stomping around behind the plate. Or behind the mound, I should say, getting himself settled back in.
You're getting disoriented.
The heat's getting to me, Ed. Looks back in, gets his sign. He's behind the count, 1-0 with 2 outs in the inning. A walk to Oda and a bomb by Seth Strong, and Barnstormers. Again, Ed, 4 home runs, or the 4 runs tonight, all come on home runs for the Barnstormers.
Yep. When they got to do, they got to chip away at those bases loaded situation, or first and second, nobody out. They're not moving runners, and it's not because they're not trying, but they're not doing it.
Haggith waits, and he'll foul off another one, 1-2. Now a strike away from ending this one. Sadler Goodwin playing the part of ball boy will come across and clean that up.
Jack of all trades.
Gillespie's ready to go. He'll deal. And a swing and a miss. He'll strike out the side. A home run in between there, but the game goes to the Welland Jackfish. A 12-4 final in this one. Thanks for tuning in here this afternoon and sticking with us through a little bit of everything.
What's that?
That was, yeah. It was a long one here today, Ed. 12-4. Welland Jackfish will finish off their 4 in 4 days. They've got tomorrow off, and then they're right back on the field on Tuesday. They take on the Guelph Royals. Barnstormers off until Thursday. They'll take on Kitchener. Winner tonight will be Teo Ortega. Will go 7 innings. Improves his record to 5-0. 10 strikeouts, 2 earned runs, 6 hits, 3 walks, 110 pitches. Aiden Ryan will lose. He'll drop to 3-2. He went 3 1/3 innings and was given a 6 earned runs up here today. Jackfish improved to 21-6. Barnstormers fall to 15-12. The game 4 hours, 19 minutes long. But again, who's counting, Al? Hey?
Well, those long games follow you, right, Chris?
Yeah, they do. Well, we had that long break in there, too, and really give credit to the grounds crew for, working to get that field ready to go so that we could get this game back underway.
And we also had interviewed people for about 40 minutes.
Yes, we did.
We need to get a gold star for that maybe along the way.
We should wait for our raise, right? Is that coming? We get bonus, double time for rainouts? Okay. Retro pay next year. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll hold my breath. I will wait for that. Tanner's going to talk to our player of the game, which will be Kat Morin, who had, you're looking for a shining star in here. Owen Constantino hits his second home run. You talk about Kat Morin, who just came in when they needed it. 4 innings of shutout work today. And really, it was that 4th inning.
Yeah, that told the story. Well, and the game followed the same path as last night's game.
Sure.
That one big inning, he turned everything around, and pretty much ended it for the Barnstormers. And same thing happened today. And that inning, the 4th inning, was a long one.
Now you see the next 5 games, the Barnstormers. They're off until Thursday. Not back home until Tuesday, July 22nd. There you see that all-star game right smack in the middle of your screen. Don't forget to get online and vote for the last one in. You want Aiden Ryan from the Barnstormers? The IBL.ca. Or if you're a Jackfish fan, Brandon Hoope, who is in the running for the Jackfish. Cam Morin is standing by with Tanner. We'll throw it down to him, the player of the game.
Good here, test 2-2. That might work. There you go. That's how these things work. All right, Barnstormers fans, big thanks for sticking around because we got to show some love to the reliever here. It was a tough day for our Chatham-Kent Barnstormers, but the Cat came in strong. So let's give it up for him. Cameron, everybody. You had a tough job coming into this game, my man, but you pitched 4 solid innings, no runs, 3 strikeouts. You came in there, how'd it feel steadying the ship a little bit out there, Kat?
Well, I think you can't ever go into the 6th or 7th with a lead against us. You can't let your guard down one inning. It showed today that one inning is the difference in the game. So just going out there and doing my job and making sure they can do their job and get, let us fight, let us compete, and come out with a big win. That's a big thing. So.
Absolutely. Well, this was well earned here today. The player of the game. Congratulations, sir. Thank you for coming in and steadying things. You showed tremendous composure out there on the mound. You boys are headed off on the road before coming back here on Saturday. Congratulations, Kat, and you definitely earned it, my man.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Here's Kat Morin, our player of the game, and salute to Kat. Going 4 innings, facing just 13 batters, and a losing cost night, but eating up some innings when they needed it. Tough one here, Ed.
Sure was.
I think we need to get out of here.
We've been here for a while, and that's fine. And I just wish we could make a move to get out of our rut, I guess is about all you can call it. The game seemed to be taking on a pattern that we'd like to break out of, where we are getting behind big, and we're rallying, getting runners in scoring positions, but we're just not driving them in. We've had a few home runs. The pitching has been a bit erratic, Cat came in and did a really good job where he was able to throw strikes, went through the heart of the order. Very successful in his relief appearance, and it was good to see, and I'm sure that'll earn him some innings down the road.
And the Barnstormers and Gil Rondon will have some work to do this week to straighten things out before Thursday. That's going to do it for us. A 12-2 final for the visiting Jackfish, who remain on top and are on their way with 7 straight victories now in the IBL. Thanks, everyone, for being a part of it. Thanks for tuning in today. Barnstormer TV is presented by Kent Essex Mutual Insurance, Ontario's trusted insurance provider.